Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Are you on?
Yes.
All right.
All right, everyone have a seat. Good morning, members of the jury. I gave y'all some instructions yesterday when we wrote. Is there anything we need to go over about the instructions or anything? All right, let's go ahead and get started. Let me go over a few things. There's some more instructions. Essentially, the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution guarantees a trial by an impartial jury. This means that as jurors, you must decide the case based solely on the evidence and the law presented to you here in the courtroom. Until all the evidence and arguments have been presented and you begin to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. That's very important. After you start to deliberate, you may discuss the case, the evidence, and the law as it has been presented, but only with your fellow jurors. You cannot discuss it with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case has come to an end. Now I'll walk through some specific examples of what that means. First, this means during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case or the matters, legal issues, individuals, or the other entities involved in this case. Just as you must not search or review any traditional sources of information about this case, such as dictionaries, reference materials, or television news or entertainment programs, you must also not search the internet or any other electronic resources for information about this case or the witnesses or the parties involved in it. The bottom line is, for the important work you'll be doing, is that you must base your verdict only on the evidence presented in the courtroom, along with the instructions on the law that I will provide. Second, this means you must not communicate about the case with anyone, including your family and friends, until deliberations, when you will discuss the case with only other jurors. During deliberations, you must continue not to communicate about the case with anyone else. Most of us use smartphones, tablets, computers in our daily lives to access the internet for information and to participate in social media platforms. To remain impartial jurors, however, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, in writing, through email, text messaging, blogs, or social media websites and apps like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, WhatsApp, TikTok, and Snapchat. Please note that these restrictions are about all kinds of communications about this case, even those that are not directed at any particular person or group. Communications like blog posts or tweets can be shared to an ever-expanding circle of people and can have an unexpected impact on this trial. For example, has done so. But frankly, y'all know the rules. You're not to go posting about this case or discussing this case. Let's just follow those rules and we won't have any mishaps. Finally, a word about an even newer challenge for trials, such as this. One person and entities may seek to manipulate your opinions or your impartiality during deliberations using communications that I've already discussed, using fake social media accounts. But these misinformation efforts might also be undertaken through targeted advertising online or in social media. Many of the tools you used to access email, social media, and the internet display third-party notifications, pop-ups, or ads while you're using them. These communications may be intended to persuade you or your community on an issue and could influence you in your service as a juror in this case. For example, while accessing your email, social media, or internet through no fault of your own, you might see pop-ups containing information about this case or the matters, legal principles, individuals, or other entities involved in this case. Please be aware of this possibility. Ignore any of those pop-ups or ads that might be relevant to what we are doing here, and certainly do not click through to learn more if these notifications or ads appear. If you have emails that you're not familiar with, you may just want to pass them over until we finish this trial. If this happens, please let me know. Because it is so important to the parties' rights that you decide this case based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. At the beginning of each day, I may ask you whether you have learned about or shared any information outside this courtroom. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. So as I reminded y'all last night and continue to emphasize today, it's important that you decide the case based solely on the evidence and the law presented. So you must not learn any additional information about the case from sources outside the. Now ask each of you, and you've already told me you haven't had any information. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and give you some instructions, and then we're going to go into some rules and some the openings. Note taking by jurors. As you note, each one of you has a notepad and a pen in your chair. If you'd like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. We provided you with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you have taken will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiffs will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we convene. And you see they have a cover. They're not going to be read. They're going to be shut, and they're just going to be picked up and secured and given back to you. After you've completed your deliberations, the bailiffs will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. I'm not going to read your notes, and no one else will ever read your notes. If you take notes, you're not getting so involved in note taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. All right. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Other than the motion that was previously filed, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to read a stipulation that the parties have agreed to. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts you must accept as true are that Uriel Schock is deceased. The identity of the deceased in this case is Uriel Schock. Dr. Vera Volnicka performed the autopsy on the body of Uriel Schock on November 2nd, 2022. Let's bring all the state and defense witnesses in so I can read the rule of sequestration and witnesses, please. Come on up. All witnesses come through the bar, please, and we'll stand right here. All right. We have all people that may be a witness in this matter. Each of you has been summoned as a witness in this case. Whether you testify or not, that's between the defense and the state. The court has invoked the rule of procedure, which requires your exclusion from the courtroom at all times except during the time you testify in this case. When you come back in, the clerk will swear you in and you'll go to the witness stand. You are directed to remain out of the courtroom except when you're called to testify. Up to this time, it has been okay for you to talk to anybody and everybody about this case. However, while you are waiting to testify and after you have done so, you are not to discuss this case or your testimony amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You may, however, one witness at a time, to discuss your testimony with counsel for either party in this case. You will now retire from the courtroom until you are called. Counsel for each of the parties is instructed to advise each of their respective witnesses not present at this time of the direction I have given, and each of them shall be governed thereby. Any violation of this direction may not only subject you to contempt of court, which could result in fines or incarceration, but may also disqualify you as a witness in this case. Does everybody understand?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you understand to advise the outside witnesses that aren't here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Wait outside and we'll be calling witnesses. All right, at this point in time, once the witnesses leave, we will start opening statements. State your name.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
no problem.
Court, counsel, good morning. November 1st, 2022, 7-month-old Uriel Schock died alone and forgotten, trapped in a hot car. How did this happen? How did this tragedy happen? How did this 7-month-old baby girl come to be where she was? Her grandmother, the defendant, Tracey Nix. To understand how all this happened, let's go back to that day, November 1st, 2022. Tracey Nix that day, the defendant, went to a prayer meeting with some friends. Brenda Knight, Barbara Knight, Judy Terrell. They had a meeting. During that meeting, it was discussed that we should go to lunch. Let's go to Beef O'Brady's. Okay. The defendant didn't go there right away. You see, she has a daughter, Kayla Nix. Kayla Nix also has a daughter, Uriel Schock, also known as Uri. That day, Kayla had a hair appointment. And with any 7-month-old, she needed someone to babysit so she could go get that done. So she called her mother. Who else would you call, right? A good babysitter that you can leave her with. So that's what Kayla did. And it was agreed that the defendant would come to Kayla and her husband Drew Schock's business and pick up little Uri. And then take care of her for most of the day till the end of the day, around 5 o'clock after the business closed. And that would be that. So the defendant got in her vehicle. She leaves that prayer meeting. She drives to Kayla's business. She picks up 7-month-old little Uri. She gets a car seat, puts it in the back of her vehicle. She gets a diaper bag because she's going to be taking care of a 7-month-old. She needs all the supplies. She needs diapers, she needs wipes, she needs food, she needs extra clothing. So she gets all that, puts it in her vehicle. Brenda Knight, Gail, who's also she's known as, it can be confusing sometimes, but we heard her called Gail. She was with her at that time. And she saw her get all this stuff. They then proceeded to Beef O'Brady's. Now, this is around a little after the 12 o'clock hour or so. They get there, they eat lunch there. It's the defendant, Gail, Brenda, and Judy. They eat their lunch. The defendant, and Uri's there with the defendant. She's taking care of her. She's being attentive towards her. She brings the diaper bag in, sets it down, does everything that's expected of a good babysitter. Looks out for Uri that entire meal, is attentive to her, holds her, bounces her on her knee, feeds her, takes a straw, puts it in the water, puts it in little Uri's mouth. Everything a good babysitter should do. That's what she did. That's what you're going to see. Now, when did they leave? Well, you're going to hear from all the ladies that were with the defendant that day that Gail had a young grandson, who was 5 years old. And she was pretty insistent to make sure they all knew, I gotta go pick him up at 1:50. So they all know. We left probably around 1:40. Between 1:40 and 1:50 because Gail had to get there. She was insistent. They leave Beast. The defendant grabs Uri, grabs a diaper bag, goes to the car, opens the door, puts her in the back seat, puts her in the car seat, like the babysitter should, closes the door, gets in the vehicle, drives straight home. About a 10-minute drive. She gets home. She parks her car by the house, gets out of the vehicle, closes the door, goes in the house. Never grabs Uri. Yuri's still in the back seat, waiting, sleeping, whatever it may be, she's back there. Grandma doesn't get her. She goes in the house, plays with her dog, practices piano. While she's playing with her dog, time passes. Yuri's suffering. While she's playing the piano, time's passing, and Yuri's alone in that vehicle. She's also on her mind, what's her primary focus, is that she's got another grandchild that she's supposed to spend time with that day, and she's focused on that. She's messaging back and forth with the mom, Rebecca Tucker. She's focused on all these other things. And while she's focused on that, time passes, and Yuri suffers. Hours go by. Hours. You're going to hear that Tracey Nix is there. That's Kayla's dad. And he's out there doing things that dads do, and nowadays moms do, but mowing the lawn, taking care of the property. And their property, they have a house proper, then they have a garage, barn. It's a large structure towards the back, and that's where he is. And the defendant thinks, oh, I should bring him some tea. So she grabs for herself, for him, gets into the vehicle where little Uri has been this entire time. And now we're closer to the 5 o'clock hour. The entire time. And drives to the back of the property next to that barn, or next to the barn/garage. And she's still there. And she's still not thinking about it. Suddenly, oh my God, she realizes it. Hours later, she remembers, oh, I have this 7-month-old that I'm responsible for that's completely dependent on me. She obviously lets Nay know. From there on out, it's a mad rush. He grabs her out of the vehicle, puts her on the ground, starts doing CPR. 911's called. By that time, sometime in this period when Yuri's being taken from the vehicle, put on the ground, that's when Rebecca Tucker gets there with the grandson that the defendant was so focused on. She calls 911. And you can hear it in her voice, the desperation. And all she can think about, Rebecca Tucker, is I need to get my son away from this. This isn't good. And you can hear her tell the 911 operator that it's like, my mother will call you, my mother will call you. And meanwhile, May is frantically trying to give CPR to this little 7-month-old. EMTs arrive to the scene, and they take over, and they do their best. They do what they can. But unfortunately, they noticed it's too late. It's too late. They had to stop life-saving measures at the scene because they noticed she was already showing signs of rigor and morbidity, and they'll explain what that is, but clear signs, she ain't coming back. So they stopped. She was brought to the hospital anyway because the scene is so emotional. There are people there that are obviously upset. The defendant is upset. Her husband's upset. Everyone there is upset. This is an upsetting event for everyone involved. So it was best just to bring her to the hospital. And from there, after she was brought to the hospital, there's no treatment. She's already gone. They brought her to the morgue. They brought her to the medical examiner. Members of the jury, that's what we're looking at here. Those are the events. That's how we got here. Let's talk about a few things that you're going to see and hear from other than what I've already talked about. I said she was brought to the morgue. She was brought to the medical examiner's office. That's Dr. Bearable, and she performed what's called an autopsy. And she, based on her examination, when she viewed it, Uri died of hyperthermia. I don't think you need to be a doctor to understand that. Hypothermia is freezing. Hyperthermia, basically she overheated to death. That's what you're going to hear. And all the things that I talked about that the defendant was doing, you're going to hear that from her own mouth. She gave a statement. You're going to see and hear it. You're going to see a few other pieces of evidence, photos, things of that nature. You're going to see the body cam footage of when the detective showed up. And you're going to hear again from the defendant at that time. Members of the jury, at the end of this case, we're going to do what's called closing arguments. And in our system, you are given instructions on the law at the end of the case because we want you to focus on the facts. And that's what I would ask you to do. I know during jury selection, there was some talk of it's not about the act, it's not about the result. I disagree. Members of the jury, we are here today and for the next few days, not to determine whether or not Tracey Nix is a good person. We want to focus on her actions, inactions, and the results of those actions. And if you do that, and you focus on those facts as we go through here today, you're going to come to several conclusions. You're going to come to the conclusion that this was a tragedy, that this was negligence. But when you hear the law, you're going to determine that negligence was a crime. And I'm going to ask you that you find her guilty of the crime of aggravated manslaughter of 7-month-old Uriel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Just the electric board. County. Please, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I intend to tell you our view of the case here. And first of all, tell you that you do focus on the actions of the defendant. Whether you hurt somebody's fingernail or whether you kill somebody, it's the actions of the defendant that the judge will tell you about in the jury instructions. No one's going to tell you this wasn't a horrible, horrible situation. What happened was a family tragedy. But again, it was a tragedy that does not amount to a crime under Florida law. If you will listen to the evidence that is on or the jury instructions that he will read you at the end of this case. Facts are really simple. They're not really in dispute. I don't think you're going to hear the defense question too many witnesses about too many things. Again, it's not in dispute. I think the state will probably introduce, I think, 3 videos, which we would introduce if they didn't, which will show you what I'm talking about, which will prove what I'm telling you, which will create a reasonable doubt in your mind. Tracey Nix is a loving mother, grandmother, retired school teacher of 39 years, principal for 17 years, good member of her church for 39 years, member of the choir, Sunday school teacher, and attends not prayer meeting, as they said, but Bible study once a week. They have a group. And you say, well, why am I bringing that up? That's because that's where Tracey Nix was headed that morning, was to Bible study with her group that meets every, I believe it's Tuesday morning. After she was leaving on the ready, she was either getting ready to go or had left, her daughter Kayla said, hey, can you keep the baby Today, I've got a hair appointment. Tracey had had the child 4 days the week before. She normally kept the child at least 1 or 2 days a week, for quite a period of time. Tracey, trying to do a favor for her daughter, agrees to keep this child so that her daughter can go to the hair appointment. Tracey attends this Bible study. She then goes, she picks the child up, Uri, we'll call her Uri, picks Uri up, goes to Beef O'Brady's with lunch with the ladies, some of the ladies she had had Bible study with. You can see, I think that State will introduce the video showing the attention that was given to Uri by Tracey Nix, how she was acting toward her, and you will see how much she loved and cared for this child. After Beef O'Brady's, Tracey took the child home. I think it's about an 11-minute drive. They were doing roofing at her house that day. She couldn't park in the garage. I think you'll hear her statement. She doesn't remember where she parked, but she parked under a tree because she couldn't park in the garage. So she was distracted by that. The dog was in the way. She was distracted by the dog. She got out. She forgot the child. She forgot the child in the car. There's no doubt about that. She went in the house. She spent some time. She was focused. She was supposed to take her grandson by another daughter out to go really Christmas shopping and then take him out to eat. She was concerned about that. She gets in the car. She drives out to the barn. She's talking to her husband, and she realizes what's happened. She forgot. There's no aggravating factors here that make this culpable negligence as opposed to simple negligence, forgetting something. We all do that. You will see her reaction. You will see how she feels when this happens. It's completely devastated, completely. And I won't discuss it now because I think pictures and videos are worth thousands of words. I'll let you decide how she felt, how this amount occurred, what she did, what she said, and how she felt. So this offense position is this was negligence. It was simple negligence. It was an accident. Under Florida law, it does not amount to culpable negligence. If you will follow the jury instructions in this case, read the instructions on culpable negligence. I think you'll be able to take them back in the jury room with you. You will see what I'm saying. As horrible as this tragedy is, it's not culpable negligence. Thank you.
All right. State your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Tracey Nix.
All right, Ms. Nix, come on over here. We'll get you sworn in.
Please solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And you're gonna step this way, watch your step.
Your Honor, may I adjust the podium?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Just understand if y'all put anything on the video, just move out the way.
I will make sure I am not blocking. Thank you, sir. You ready? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Kayla Nix.
And Ms. Nix, where do you live?
I live in Wauchula, Florida.
And how long have you lived there for?
I was born and raised there. I left after high school and then came back probably a decade later and have been back in the community since 2016.
May I ask you a few questions about your family?
Absolutely.
Who do you live with?
My husband,
And
Drew
who's
Schock.
that? Sorry, who's that?
Drew Schock.
Anyone else live with you?
I do have a 5.5-year-old son. His name is Asher. And then I also have a 4.5-month-old baby girl. Her name is Adriel.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And can I ask you a few questions about the rest of your family?
Absolutely.
Do you have any brothers, sisters?
I do. I have one sister. Her name is Rebecca Tucker.
And is she married?
Yes, to Jonathan Tucker.
And do they have any children?
Yes, they do. They have two, Cooper and Aiden.
And who is Noon Nix?
Nun Nix
Nun Nix,
is
I'm
my,
sorry.
yeah, that's my father.
I apologize for the
No worries.
pronunciation.
He goes by Nay, so I might refer to him as such.
And how about Tracey Nix? Who is that?
That is my mother.
And is she in the courtroom today?
She is.
Could you identify her by an article of clothing she's wearing?
Absolutely. She is wearing a dress with purple, pink, and black and white.
Thank you, ma'am. The record should reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflect.
And where does she live?
She also lives in Wauchula, Florida.
Okay. And Wauchula, that's in Hardy?
Yes, Hardy County.
Now, I'm sorry about this, but I have to go back to November 1st of 2022, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can I ask you about one more person?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you know a Uriel Schock?
I did. I did. That's my daughter. Excuse me. She was born in 2022, and she was my rainbow baby that I got to have a beautiful 7 months with before I was notified that she was deceased.
Okay. And we're going to get there, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But she was 7 months old around November?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And so that day, November 1st of 2022, what were you doing that day, man?
My husband and I own a small business in Wauchula, A1 Safari Glass. I have always been a full-time mom first before my career. And so every one of my children actually go to work with me every day that I attend work, unless they're sick.
And so did Yuri go to work with you that day?
Yes, my daughter went to work with me that day. And typically my routine was to leave at lunch so that I could get the baby home, get them fed, and then let them nap, let her nap in, her own room. So.
And I'm sorry, you called Uriel Yuri?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yuri.
And so, well, did you follow that plan that day, or was it different?
Well, that day began out most similarly to all my other days. Get up in the morning. My daughter and I went to my office. We began the work day. I remembered I had a hair appointment, and I reached out to my mother at that point and asked if she was busy.
Let me ask you this: how did you reach out to her?
Via text.
Okay. And were you able to get a hold of your mom?
Yes, I was.
And what was the nature of that conversation you had with her?
I don't remember specifically if we actually had a phone call or if it was exclusively text message, but the question was, I have a hair appointment at this certain location. And she responded that she had a lunch with a few of her friends. Those friends are people that I've grown up with my entire life. So I certainly felt comfortable in that circumstance, allowing my daughter to go to the restaurant with my mom. That restaurant was pretty much in the same block as the hair salon that I went to. So I knew I would be nearby.
Excellent. And how long was she going to take care of her?
From pre-lunch, whenever she picked her up to go to the lunch, I probably left 20 minutes or so before she arrived at my office to pick up my daughter. And then the plan was for my husband to stop back by their house at the end of the day when he leaves our business, pick up our daughter and come home.
And the end of the day, what's the end of the day for your business typically?
4:30 or 5.
And he was going to go where to pick her up?
To my parents' house on Kazan Road to pick her up.
So you went to your hair appointment?
I did. Yes.
And from the time that you completed your hair appointment,
Mhm.
when was the next time you heard anything about your daughter?
I finished my hair appointment pretty soon. It was not a long appointment. I'd say it was about 75 minutes. And at that point, I went home to begin dinner and move the laundry and just start an evening routine that I would typically do at home with my child. So I went home expecting my husband to pick up my daughter from my parents' house.
Okay.
And the
Uh,
next time that I heard another thing about her was Officer David Drake outside of my home in Wauchula.
And we'll get there in a moment, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Absolutely.
So between the time that you saw the officer and the time that you left your hair appointment, did you have any communications with your mother?
I do not believe that I did.
Okay. Now, let me back up for one moment. I apologize.
Mhm.
Does your mom have everything she needs to take care of Yuri whenever she takes her, or do you have to supply those to her?
Absolutely. I always pack her bag for the office. So she comes every day that we leave the house. She does come with a bag full of multiple supplies, items. But then at her house, my sister had children and they actually lived in her home for a while. So there was a bedroom dedicated to just whatever grandchild was at the house at that time. And so she actually has a crib there, changing table, or no, not a changing table, just simply a dresser with diapers and clothing and
Okay.
all of the things.
And then on that day, did you supply your mom with anything to help take care of Yuri?
Absolutely. Yes. I sent her with a standard bag that I would pack for myself. So she would have multiple clothes, diapers, wipes, creams, food.
And does she have a car seat in her vehicle, or does one have to be put in there?
One has to be put in there.
Okay. So when she picked up Yuri that day, she would have also had to put the car seat in?
Absolutely. She typically put her seat in behind the driver's seat.
Okay.
So
So let's go to the point where the officer showed up at your door. Was that, do you remember what time of day that was approximately?
my guess would be 2:30, 3 o'clock. I was not on any sort of a regimented schedule at that point. So it would have been sometime between probably 3 and
Okay.
4, I would imagine.
Now, this was a while ago?
Absolutely. It's 2 years ago.
Okay. Whatever time that might have been.
Right.
Why did the officer show up at your door?
He showed up at my door to notify me that my child was deceased. That his words were, "Your baby is dead. Your daughter is dead. Your child is deceased, and we need you to come with us."
Okay.
I have to identify the body.
Okay. Where did you go, ma'am?
I got in the vehicle with the sheriff that came to get me. They did not believe that I should be driving, which I agree. And he took me to the Florida Advent Hospital in Wauchula.
Okay. And you said you had to identify Yuri?
Yes, I did.
And you saw her?
I was not with my husband in that moment. And so as soon as we found each other in that parking lot, which was sheer insanity, then we went in together to look at our daughter and identify her body.
I'm sorry we had to go through this. I have no
It's
further
okay.
questions, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Just hold on one second. I'm gonna make a note. All right, Mr. Butcher, please start.
Thank you, Howard. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you indicated that you had a hair appointment that day.
Yes, I did.
And when did you make that hair appointment?
I would typically make them at the end of my last hair appointment. So it would have been 5 or 6 weeks, but I never added to my calendar. They send a text reminder to your phone. So I was reminded of that text that morning.
So it was just a few hours before you were supposed to be there
Yes, sir.
when they bothered to tell you that you were supposed to be there. Didn't give you much time.
Correct. Well, I was my fault for never entering it into my calendar, but that was the text that reminded me that morning that I had not made arrangements.
Something that probably happens a lot and doctor's appointments, hair appointments and other things?
I mean, to be frank, most of the time my children go with me pretty well everywhere. I believe that that was one of the first times that I went to my hair, like did one appointment that was just a personal thing. That wasn't a doctor's appointment. That wasn't concerning one of the children.
So we'll say it was a kind of a last minute deal.
The child care plan was, yes.
And you notified your mother for the first time,
Yes.
approximately what time?
My guess would be that that text would have come in 9 to maybe 10:30. So I only had a few hours.
Did you have any knowledge that your mom had a Bible study scheduled that day?
I did not know it, obviously, when I reached out to her. She might have mentioned it, although it's been 2 years. But I also could have very well taken her with me, as my daughter had in fact attended every other hair appointment and any appointment that I had for myself otherwise at that time. So
Right,
this was the first time it was doing something for myself, not a medical appointment.
And did your mother advise you that she had this meeting?
I do not recall.
But she agreed to take the child.
She did.
All right. And she was supposed to take care of her most of the day until about 4:30.
If you call most of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, and I would ask for the witness to be released from custody.
Defense, you agree?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Nix. You're released from custody. You may sit in the courtroom.
Thank you.
All right, second witness, Dave.
Yes, Your Honor, the state Gail Knight.
Gail Knight. Go get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And you're gonna step this way.
Have a seat right
Let
over
her
there.
step.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Barbara Gale Knight.
What do you go by?
Gale.
I'm going to call you Miss Knight.
Okay.
Miss Knight, how are you employed?
I'm a retired school teacher.
Excellent. And how long do you teach for?
33 years.
And do you know a Tracey Nix?
I do.
Who is that?
Tracey Nix is a friend of mine. She taught with me at Watchula Elementary.
And how long have you known Miss Nix?
Probably 40 years.
Did you know Uriel Schock?
Yes, I did.
Who was Uri?
Yuri was Tracy's granddaughter, Kayla's baby daughter.
And I would like to go back to November 1st of 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that day?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you see Miss Tracey Nix that day?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see her?
At Bible study, actually prayer group.
Prayer group?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this something that you do regularly?
Yes, it is.
And when you say group, I'm assuming there's a group of people.
Yes.
And is Tracey Nix one of those?
Yes, she is.
And so on that day, what do you recall approximately? I know it was a long time ago, but approximately, if it's just morning, afternoon, whatever it may be, approximately when that prayer group happened.
9:30 to 10:30 in the morning we meet on
Okay.
a Tuesday morning.
And who were some other people that were there with you?
It was at Brenda Knight's home. Judy Terrell was there. Tracey Nix was there. Priscilla Knight was there. Shirley Webb.
You don't have to go through the whole thing.
There are usually 6 to 8 of us there.
Is it, let me make it easy for you. Is there a group of you that got together later on that day?
Yes.
Who was that?
Brenda Knight, Judy Terrell, Tracey Nix, and myself.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And so was there some decision that you folks would meet up somewhere later on that day, that you, a decision made at that meeting that you were going to meet up somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. What were you guys going to do?
We were going to meet for lunch
And where was that to be?
at Beef O'Brady's in Wauchula.
Okay. And so were you all going together, or were you guys going to meet each other there? How was that going to work?
We were going in separate cars. Tracy and I were going to meet Brenda and Judy at Beef O'Brady's.
Is there a reason why you and Tracey Nix were going to meet them there?
We were going to go by A1 Safari and pick up Uri and meet Brenda and Judy there.
Okay. And once again, Uri was Tracey Nix's baby granddaughter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so did you guys go to A1 Safari?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
We went into one of the back offices and the baby was there, and we got the baby, talked a few minutes, got the baby, and went back to the car and drove to Beef O'Brady's.
Okay. You guys just didn't put the baby in the car, right? Did you have a car seat?
Yes, we had a
Okay.
car seat, and the baby was in a car seat behind Tracy.
Okay. Now, was that car seat already in Tracy's car, or did it have to be put in Tracy's car?
It had to be put in Tracy's car.
Okay. And so after you picked up Uri, you said did you go to Beef's at that point?
Yes, we did.
All right. And again, a rough approximation, what time do you think you got there around?
12, I would say around 12:15, between 12:15 and 12:30.
Okay. Now, so when you got there, who all was there?
Okay, when we got there, Brenda and Judy were at the table, and some friends of ours from church were at a table opposite us.
Okay. And who did you sit with?
When we came in, I sat at this table with Judy, and Brenda and Tracy were on the other side.
And Uri was there?
Uri was there.
Okay. And is it safe to say that Uri could be the center of attention sometimes?
Very much so. Yes,
Okay.
very much so.
And who was focused on taking care of Uri?
Tracy.
And did she give all the things that Uri needed at that time?
Yes, she did. She was very attentive.
Okay. And did you guys have lunch there?
We did.
Let me ask you this. Did you have something else you had to do that day?
I did, yes.
What did you have to do that day?
My young niece was in kindergarten at Wauchula Elementary at that time, and I was very aware that I had to be in line to pick her up. And the first dismissal was around 1:50, so I was always in line at 1:50 to pick her up.
And I believe I might have said earlier it was grandson, but it was granddaughter.
Great niece.
Great niece. I am so sorry. That
That's
is much
okay.
different, but still someone you're responsible for. Yeah?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what time did you have to pick her up?
And I was in line to pick her up at 1:50 when I got her every day. Well, I didn't get her every day. The days that I picked her up.
And was this one of those days?
Yes, it was.
Did you let everyone else know that you had to?
Oh, yes. We were all looking at watches because she's a 5-year-old kindergartner and she wanted me to be there.
And so what time do you think you left that day?
We left Beef O'Brady's probably 1:40-ish, I would say.
Okay. So you guys are leaving. How did you leave? Meaning, did you leave with Tracey Nix or did you leave separately?
When we left, I went with Judy and Brenda because my home was on this side of town. We were going to pick up my car so I could go get Brinsley, and Tracy left with the baby.
Okay. And where was she going? If you don't know, that's
I
fine.
don't know. We just assumed that I don't know where she was headed then.
Fair enough, ma'am. I am approaching with States Exhibits 1 and 2. Okay? I'd like to take a minute, look at States Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That's a picture of us at Beef O'Brady's inside, the four of us.
And picture or video?
Video.
Thank you, ma'am. And does that fairly and accurately depict your lunch that day?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence States Exhibit number 1.
You bet.
Okay, see it.
You showed that. You have an exhibit, state, you have an exhibit sheet for me?
She said,
You have an exhibit sheet for
I
me?
did give it to the clerk.
You have an extra one, or you need that?
Yeah, it's the same one.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna make an extra copy of the exhibit sheet, please. Go ahead, no objection, state exhibit number 1 comes into evidence.
And Your Honor, just so you know, we did show these earlier, but when she said picture.
I understand.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm now showing you States Exhibit number 2. Do you might be easier if I make it easier for you to see. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And-
It's a video of the parking lot with us leaving Beef's that day.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of you leaving that day?
Yes, yes, it is.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, state would seek to enter into evidence States Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
No objection.
All right, without objection, states exhibits 1 and 2 will be admitted into evidence.
And ma'am, once again, you might have said, is it picture or video?
Video.
Thank you. Just so that's clear. And Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Members of the jury, videos and evidence will go back within the jury room during deliberations. The state of the defense may publish them at certain times, but they absolutely will go back. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Knight, you indicated that you had attended a prayer group meeting the morning of November 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you told the jury a number of people who were there.
Yes, sir.
And does this prayer group periodically meet? Can
Yeah.
you tell the jury when it meets?
We met on Monday, let me think. Tuesday mornings, sometimes 9:30, sometimes 10:30. We had moved the time, changed the time around a little so that everybody could be there.
And how often do you meet?
Weekly,
It's a weekly thing?
weekly at that time, yes.
All right. And approximately how many people regularly attend this group?
6 to 8.
Okay,
6
thank
to
you.
8.
How do you know Tracey Nix?
I know Tracey Nix because we taught together at Wachula Elementary School for over 13 years. I know her from school. We've done Bible school together. She's also my Sunday school teacher.
She's your Sunday school teacher?
Yes,
How long would you say that you've known her?
close to 40 years, around 40 years.
Okay, and you've seen her around children?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Any issues the way she conducts herself around children?
No, sir.
Sustain. Disregard the question.
You indicated that you and Tracy and others met at Beef O'Brady's
Yes, sir.
that day, obviously.
That day, yes, sir.
Obviously. And sometime during the meal, the baby tried to get Judy Terrell's food.
Yes, she was trying to get a little out of the salad, yes.
And what did you see Tracy doing in connection with Uri?
She was very kind, very loving. She had placed Uri in the seat, and of course, the baby kept sliding out, and that's when she picked her up and was holding her. She was giving her water through a straw. We were all focused on the baby, paying attention to the baby. But she was very loving and kind.
I
Yes,
think you've already indicated to the jury that she was pretty much the center of attention.
yes, she was.
All right. Did Tracy try to feed her anything?
She had water in a straw that she was giving the baby.
Okay. And did Tracey Nix appear to be okay that day?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
I would ask her if she be excused from her subpoena also.
All right, the bench, do you agree?
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you may be excused from your subpoena. You can go home and go wherever you like.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay, ma'am. All right, state, close witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Judith Terrell.
All right, Judith Terrell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Terrell, just have a seat over there.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Judy Terrell,
And Ms. Terrell, where do you live?
Wachula.
And how,
My
go ahead.
physical address,
No, that's fine. Wachula's fine. And how long have you lived there for?
70-something years,
And so a little while. How are you currently employed?
retired.
So, excuse me, what did you used to do?
I was a school teacher,
And how long did you do that for?
38 years.
And was that also in Wachula?
Yes,
And do you know a person by the name of Tracey Nix?
yes, I do.
Who is that?
The defendant.
Okay. I just meant, who is that to you? How do you know
Oh,
her?
okay. A friend. I've known her 40 years or so.
Okay. And did you know her through your job or?
I knew her through my job. I knew her through my church.
And through your church. So did you also spend time with her through the church?
Did I spend time with her through the church? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And do you also know, or did you know a person by the name of Uriel Schock?
Yes.
I think sometimes called Yuri.
Yuri.
And who was that?
That was Tracy's granddaughter, Kayla's daughter.
And ma'am, I'd like to go back to November 1st of 2022, if that's okay.
Mhm.
Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall spending time with Miss Tracey Nix that day?
Yes.
When was the first time that you spent time with her that day?
At our prayer group on Tuesday morning,
And when you say Tuesday morning, approximately when did that usually happen?
10:30ish.
Okay. And I take it a group implies there were several people there?
Yes.
Let me make it easier. Was there a group from your prayer group that you later met up with that day?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that? Who was in that group?
By name?
Yes.
Okay. Gail Knight, Brenda Knight, myself, and Tracy.
Okay. So how did it come to be that you guys met up after the prayer group?
Well, as we normally do, after we have been there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever, several of us want to go eat. And so we said, let's go eat.
And was there a place decided upon?
Yes.
Where was that?
Beef O'Brady's.
And so how is everybody going to get to Beef O'Brady's?
Tracy Kayla had asked Tracy to take Yuri. And so Gail went with Tracy, and Brenda wanted to change clothes. So I said, I'll wait and I'll take Brenda and I'll come later. Or we'll come as soon as Brenda gets there.
Okay,
So
so you two are going to meet up with Tracey Nix and Gail
Mhm.
at Beef's.
Mhm.
Who got there first?
we did. Brenda and I did.
And do you know, and I know it's 2 years ago, and it's asking a lot, but do you recall roughly about what time you got there?
It would have had to been after 12.
Okay, good enough. And let me ask you this, and we'll get there in a moment, but you do know when you left though, right?
Definitely.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a moment. So you said it was, I'm sorry, Barbara?
Brenda.
Brenda, I'm sorry. You and Brenda get there first. Does Tracy and And Gail eventually show up?
Yes.
And is anybody with Tracey Nix other than Gail?
Uri.
And so did Uri stay with you guys throughout your entire lunch?
Yes.
And who was taking care of Uri?
Tracey.
And what types of things was she doing?
Well, she was holding her and putting her up on the table, and because Uri was bouncing around and everything, and we're all exclaiming with the baby and oohing and eyeing. And then we finally got a baby chair, and she sat her in the baby chair. She was in her lap till we got the baby chair, and then we put her in the baby chair.
So
And
you said
Tracey pulled her kind of over toward her.
So you said y'all were oohing and on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when a baby's in a room, everybody takes notice.
Everybody
right?
takes notice.
Okay. So did you guys actually get lunch that day?
Yes, we did.
And we were kind of foreshadowed it by talking about, when you left. Let's talk about that for a moment. When did you leave?
Gail had to pick her niece up at school at 1:50. She had to be in line to pick her up at 1:50. And I looked at my watch and I said, Gail, it's 1:40. If you're going to get your niece on time, we need to leave now. And because we were getting up and getting ready to go and picking the baby up, and other people in the restaurant were looking at the baby and talking to the baby. And I says, we need to go or you're not going to make it. And so that's why we know what time it was.
Okay. And so did you guys get up to leave at that point?
Yes, we started gathering our stuff up.
And so, excuse me again, how did everybody leave?
How did everybody leave?
Yeah. Did you all leave together?
Yeah, well, you know how when you get up from a table, this person kind of steps out and this person's getting a purse on there. And yes, we all left as a group.
And Tracey Nix grabbed Uri?
She had Uri, yes.
Okay. So she took her with her out of the restaurant?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when I meant, I guess I asked a bad question. I'm terribly sorry for that. But did you all leave in the same vehicle together?
No.
Okay. Can you explain how that happened?
Well, when Brenda and I got there first, because we're in my vehicle, and then Tracey and Gail came with Uri in Tracey's vehicle,
What type of vehicle did Tracey drive?
Lexus,
Do you remember the color of the Lexus?
red.
Okay. Continue. You said she came in her vehicle.
Uh-huh.
And so how did everybody leave? Which vehicles?
I got in my vehicle, Gail got in my vehicle, and Brenda got in mine because Brenda lives near Gail. So I would take them home. We go south, Tracey would go north.
Is that where she lives?
She lives northwest
I got you. How far do you think she lives from there?
from Beefs.
Yeah.
I have no idea, 3 or 4 miles,
Okay, 3 or 4 miles.
I guess.
Excuse me, ma'am. Terribly sorry. And so she didn't load. So she brought, Tracey brought Uri out of the beast then, correct?
Yes.
And put her in her car?
Put her in her car, yes.
Not your car, her car.
No, her car.
Okay. One moment, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm showing you it's already been put into evidence as 1 and 2, but I just want to go over it with you because you looked at them too.
Mhm.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And what is that?
My initials are on there.
Okay. And do you know what this is of?
Yeah, that's out inside Beefs.
Is it a video of it?
Yes.
Okay. And that shows everything we talked about here today.
Yes.
And what about State's Exhibit 2?
And that is us outside getting into the vehicles.
And that's kind of what you were telling us about just
Yes.
now. Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Defense? Cross? Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Terrell.
Good morning.
You indicated that you had known Tracey for how long?
40-something years.
Okay. And how do you know her?
Through school activities and through church activities, mainly church activities.
Mainly church. All right, we'll talk about the lesser first. You said through school activities. What is your connection relationship with Tracey Nix through the school?
School system.
we would have meetings together or whatever. I was a high school teacher. She was elementary.
Okay, not the same school then?
No,
All right. And over what period of time did that occur?
on and off for 40 years,
40 years?
or 38 years rather.
Okay. And then I know you had answered in response to the state's question that you had known her primarily through church activities.
Mhm.
Is that for 40 years also?
Pretty much so, yeah.
Pretty much so. And what are we talking about when you say church activities?
We sang in the choir together. We went to choir. We were at choir gatherings together. We went on several children's weekend trips together. She is one of my Sunday school teachers now.
That pretty much explained
Mhm.
40 years with a relationship at the church. All right. So she was around kids a lot
Mhm.
that you saw.
Mhm.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that all of you were oohing and awing over this child at lunch that day?
Yes,
Okay. And you also indicated that Tracey was paying a lot of attention to
definitely,
Uri.
definitely.
Okay. Did she try to find some formula for her in a diaper bag?
She had the diaper bag, and she looked in there to see if there was something in there for Uri, and she didn't. She found some clothing and stuff.
All right. Was she do anything in connection with a straw?
Yeah, she has a glass of water, and she put the straw in there and brought up a little water in there, and then gave it to Uri.
Okay. And one last question. You indicated that Gail Knight had to pick up her, I think it was grandniece
Yes,
from kindergarten.
yes.
Is that a routine thing that she does?
She takes her 2 or 3 days a week, and Tuesday was one of the days that she was to pick her up.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any redirect, State?
No need, Your Honor.
All right, State.
I would ask for be released.
Okay, ma'am, defense, do you agree about, defense, do you agree she can be released from her subpoena? Okay.
At this point,
Hang on one second.
Your Honor, defense wanted to ask another question. I don't object to that. I know he
Just
rested.
have a seat, ma'am. We'll have,
outside.
no, just have a seat here. I have one more question.
I have no objection to another question. Thank you.
Without objection, I'll let it go this time.
I'm sure y'all were drinking at Beef O'Brady's. What were y'all drinking?
Water.
Water? Thank you.
All right, may she be released from her subpoena, defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released from your subpoena. You can go throughout and do whatever business you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. State witness 4.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Brenda Knight.
All right, let's bring in this night. Come on up, Ms. Knight. We'll get you sworn in. Welcome to Polk County.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And just while Ms. Knight's taking a seat, Your Honor, I'll ask just for a brief housekeeping sidebar after Ms. Knight testifies.
That's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Please state your name for the record.
Brenda Knight,
And Ms. Knight, where do you live?
You want my address?
You can just give me your city, man.
Okay, Wauchula. I live in Wauchula, Florida.
How long have you lived in Wauchula?
75 years.
So a little bit of time.
Yes,
Okay. And how are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
Congratulations. What did you used to do?
I was a teacher
And
32 years.
you already got out in front of me. So did you teach a specific grade, or you teach all different types of grades?
I taught in the middle school.
So the rough
grades
age.
8, mostly, some 7th and 6th.
So the rough ages, right?
I loved it.
Okay.
I did.
Well, do you know a Tracey Nix?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know her?
My experience with Tracy has been through the church. She was joining our choir, and I had been singing in the choir for years. And she came when she was married to Nay, and there she was in choir. And so we became friends and worked together in Bible school and children's choirs and adult choir for all these years.
Did you also know a person by the name of Uriel Schock?
Only through pictures and when she would be with Tracy,
And who was Uri?
Tracy's granddaughter.
Okay. The reason I bring that up is because I have to go back to November 1st of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you spend time with Miss Tracey Nix that day?
Yes, I did.
What was the first time that you spent with her?
The
Like-
first
Like
day
when,
that
when, how did your day with her start out?
we began with our prayer meeting. We had been meeting at my home, and we would pray about a number of concerns in the community and through our church. So we would be having prayer meeting at my home.
And I know it's 2 years ago, but so when did that normally occur? What time of day?
Tuesday in the morning.
In the morning.
Mhm.
Now, was that the only time that you spent with Tracey Nix that day, or was there some additional time later on?
That day, when we concluded our prayer time, several of us decided to go eat lunch together. And so Tracy and I and Gail and Judy went to eat lunch, and we had Uriel with us.
Okay. And so where did you guys decide to eat lunch?
We ate at Beef O'Brady's.
Now, did you all go there together or separate?
We were in 2 different cars.
Who did you go to Beefs with?
I went with Judy.
And so I guess through, I'm okay at math, but I'm guessing then Gail and Tracy would have went separately.
Yes.
And you said Uri was with you.
Well,
did-
she was with Tracy, and Gail.
Okay.
She was not with Judy and me.
Okay. Who got to Beefs first? Do you recall?
We did. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Judy and I got there first.
Okay. And so again, then Gail and Tracy showed up sometime?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Sorry, the no.
that's
can
okay.
sound a lot
I recognized it as soon as I did it.
Yes, ma'am, it's okay. And so do you recall approximately what time you guys were out there? Again, I know it was a while ago.
Well, it would have been around noon. It was lunchtime.
Sure. And so did you guys all have lunch?
Yes, we did.
And you said Uri was with Tracey Nix.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
You're fine.
I'll practice.
Yes, ma'am. And so who was taking care of Uri while you guys were having lunch?
Tracy.
And was she paying attention to her?
Oh, yes.
Feeding her or giving her at least something to drink, stuff like
Yes,
that?
we were all getting a kick out of her giving the child something to drink from a straw, which for a little one, you can't really do that unless you hold the liquid in the straw and kind of hold it over them and let them drink from the straw. It was cute.
And Yuri's like a baby at this time.
Oh,
right?
yes, yes.
Were you guys paying Uri attention?
Certainly.
How about
She's-
anybody else in that?
She's getting a lot of attention.
Sure. How about anyone else in that restaurant?
Yes, we saw some friends from church who, of course, wanted to ooh and ah over the baby, and we spoke with them.
It's funny how a baby can become the center of attention, right?
She was.
Okay. Now, did you guys eventually leave that day after you had lunch?
Yes,
You caught yourself that time. Thank you.
I did.
And so Do you know when you guys left?
Well, I know that Gail had somewhere she had to be. She was picking up a child after school. So we had to leave by then. It was some before 1.
Okay, so some before 1. Okay, fair enough.
Close enough.
But you definitely had to leave before that, so she could get her.
Yes, so that she could pick up the child at school.
And ma'am, are you aware of videos of your guys' lunch, right?
Yes,
And you've seen those videos?
yes, I have.
And videos of you guys leaving also, correct?
Yes,
Okay. They're already in evidence, but I just want to show them to you again. States 1 and 2. States exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
yes, I do.
What is that?
That's my signature right there, and that was inside.
Okay. And beefs?
Yes, inside the restaurant.
And States exhibit 2?
And that one's in the parking lot, and yes, that's my signature there.
Okay. And these show your video at lunch and leaving, correct?
Right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated, I think you said some things about you and Tracey Nix at church. And did you know her through school also?
I really did not. She was not teaching at the junior high at that time. I think later on she did become employed by the junior high.
Okay. All right. And I know you talked about you were both in choir.
Yes.
Yeah. How long that has occurred?
Well, it has still been going on until some of these things have occurred. Sure.
All right. How would you describe your relationship with Tracey Nix?
We were co-workers in a lot of church activities involved with children. We worked together with Bible school. Tracey served as a principal for a couple of years, and I was one of the teachers, and Tracey did an amazing job. Then we worked together in children's choirs, which in order to prepare a musical to be presented to the whole church, we often went on a retreat so that the kids could spend time with recreation and practicing their music. And Tracey would prepare the devotions. Amazing work that she produced for those kids to do study while we were on a retreat. It happened multiple times.
You said that Tracey was the one doing the preparing.
Absolutely.
The retreat.
She did every bit of it.
And when you say retreat, how long are we
A
talking?
weekend,
A
a
weekend.
weekend, Friday
Oh.
afternoon and come home Sunday afternoon.
So overnight.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. When y'all were at the restaurant, and apparently Uri was pretty much the center of attention,
Yes, she was.
correct? And did Tracey try to find her something to eat?
Yes, she did have a bag with her, and she was looking in there to see if there might be some formula or, something that the child would be expected to eat around lunchtime.
Okay, thank you. How did Tracey feel about Uri?
She loved her. I don't know what else to say. That's her grandmother. Of course, she loved her.
Pretty obvious.
Yes.
Okay. You'd seen her around Uri before.
Yes, she had had Uri with her at my home that day and taking care of her and watching her play on the floor. And it was obvious.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Can you read that? There you go. All right, makes you excused.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you agree?
You may be excused.
Yeah, you may be excused. You release from your subpoena. All right, state defense, we need a court order.
It's more of a housekeeping measure, Your Honor. Come up here. No, no.
Right, members of the jury, we're gonna play a portion of the video now. Obviously, you'll get the whole video in the back. It's rather long, so we're just gonna play a portion now. Then we're gonna call another witness and we're gonna take a break. Okay?
And Your Honor, it is a portion of 1 and 2.
That's fine. Portion of both videos, but they'll be in, they're already in evidence. They'll be back.
And just so it's clear for the record, Your Honor,
Go ahead, Jim.
just so it's clear for the record, the full video is broken up into 2 portions. They're both on here, so you can click on 1 and then 2 to watch them in order.
Okay.
Since I can't see very well from here,
You can move. Your client can move as well. You can come right through the.
No.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm going to fast forward a bit at this point.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. You discussed it.
Once again, Your Honor, the state will skip forward in time.
That's fine.
Your Honor, the state will now move to the second part of the video, just briefly for me.
Let the record reflect we're moving to the second. Second part, I should say, still on state's exhibit 1.
Still on stage exhibit 1. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And once again, I will skip forward in time. And just for the record, Your Honor, the state skipped, it's on the second portion in which they actually received their lunch, and that's where the state skips time hold to.
Okay, thank you for the record. So reflect.
at this time, they would skip towards when it takes it.
All right? With the record, so reflect.
For the record, the state is now closing State's Exhibit 1 and is finished publishing. We have permission to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 at this time.
So, permitted, go ahead, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, I will be fast forwarding the video to approximately 6 minutes.
All right, let the record reflect.
the state has concluded publishing exhibit number 2.
All right, I think what I'm gonna do is do the mid-morning break now. We're gonna take about 10 minutes. We'll do the jury and then we'll all be back in court.
All rise.
All right.
You may be seated.
All right, state defense, the jury's out of the courtroom. I'm gonna take a break and I'll come back. Okay?
Yes, sir. We have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have the other evidence brought up. Actually, perfect. And, sorry, I didn't have-
For what? That?
you've got it. No, no.
No, that, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Your Honor. That's something for you. I know you're keeping track. It might help.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll go ahead and pause it. No, no.
I mean, we're on recess.
Coming down to issues. Go ahead. No, this is being good.
Yeah, they already went to. Oh, really? Oh. Moving right along. Hey, I don't know anything about that.
I can't because I can't. You get to do it all the time, but I got lucky. Well, that I think we're six. Formally six. But it's always in the back of my mind, you know?
All rise and come to order, please.
All right, everyone have a seat, state your defense, you ready?
Your Honor, we're missing Mr. Paul.
No, that's where there's no response. Okay. Fine, come on, have a seat, everyone. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's, go ahead, all rise, bring the jury in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All rise.
All right, everyone have a seat. Now, here was the jury, anything I need to know about, or are we good? All right, thank you for following the rules. State, call your next witness, number 5.
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Rebecca Tucker.
All right, Rebecca Tucker, bring her on in and swear her in. And so you know, you're probably gonna break around noon for your lunch. You do about an hour and 15 minutes.
Sorry. Sorry.
Rebecca Tucker.
Rebecca took.
Yes, sir.
here, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
You gonna step this way, man?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rebecca Tucker.
And you are soft-spoken, so if you could try to speak up for us a little bit.
I said my name is Rebecca Tucker.
Thank you, ma'am. And where do you live?
I live in Wachula
How long you lived there for?
my whole life.
Your whole life. And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a business owner.
And what business do you own?
Like the name of it?
Sure.
It's called Frontline Roofing.
And do you own that with somebody else?
Yes, I do.
With who?
With my husband.
And his name is?
His name is Jonathan Tucker.
And do you have children?
I do.
And what are their names? Just their first names. I guess we know their last names.
Aiden and Cooper.
And do you know a Kayla Nix?
Yes,
Who is that?
she's my sister.
And how about finally Tracey Nix? Do you know
She's-
her?
Yes,
And who is that?
she's my mom.
And did you know a Uriel Schock? Who was that?
She's my niece.
Okay. Now, I know this is upsetting, and I'm sorry I have to go back to it, but I do have to go back to November 1st of 2022, okay? Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Ma'am, if you recall, just in general, what were you doing that day?
it was a normal day. You know, I worked and picked my kids up from school.
Okay. Let me ask you in particular, were there any plans that you had with your mother, Tracey Nix, that day? Maybe not for you, but for someone in your family?
Yes, Aiden was supposed to go out of town with her.
And how was that supposed to happen?
I was to bring him to her house after
And
school.
After school?
hmm
And how did you communicate with your mother that day?
Through texting, I believe.
And so do you know, you said it was supposed to be after school?
Yes,
What time was approximately after school?
between 4 and 5 p.m. I don't know exactly what time.
Okay, but roughly around then.
Right.
And did you bring Aiden to your mother's house that day?
I did.
And was it roughly in that between 4 and 5 o'clock hour?
Yes.
And what happened when you got out to your mom's house? Or let me ask you this, where does your mom live?
She lives on Kazan Road in Wachula.
And what was going on when you got out there?
Well, whenever Aiden and I got out of the vehicle to check on my boys' 4-H pigs that they had at the time, I saw my mom and my dad doing something by my mom's vehicle, and I wasn't really sure, what it was. So but I mean, it didn't take long at all to figure it out.
And your mom's property, is it just her house or?
No, so you have the house, and then the barn is in the back.
So where
Where
did you see your mom's vehicle?
It was down by the barn where we went.
All right. And she was doing something, but you didn't think of anything at first?
No, I couldn't see because their backs were to me.
Okay. Did you come to find out more soon after?
hmm
What did you see?
I saw them get Uriel out of her car seat.
And when you say them, who were you talking to?
My
Were you-
mom or my dad, I'm not really sure which one was the one that got her out, but I mean, it was one of them.
And your dad's name?
His name is Nay.
Got Yuri out of the car seat?
Yes.
Where was Yuri put?
Where you said where
Where
was
was
she?
she placed?
On the ground.
Okay. Anything else that was done?
My dad started performing CPR.
What did you do?
I called 911.
All right. You said you called 911?
Yes.
All right. And obviously, was that for Yuri?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the disc that has the 911 call on it.
The recording?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call you made that day?
yes.
And Ms. Tucker, I'm done going into the details of what you saw. Did you stay around there or did you leave?
I mean, I was there probably for 5 or 6, I mean, I don't know, a few minutes while on the phone.
Oh, yes.
And then, you know, once I heard the ambulance nearby, I left because I didn't want Aiden to go through that, you know.
You want to get your son out of there.
Right.
Ms. Tucker, I'm sorry I had to ask you the questions. Thank you very much for answering them. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense? Lawrence?
Good morning, Ms. Tucker. That particular day, was your mom going to take Aiden, you indicate, I think, out to eat?
Yes.
And was he also supposed to do something else like, say, find Christmas gifts or look at Christmas gifts for him?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were there, did you observe your mom?
I did. While my dad was doing CPR, she went around to the other side of the barn. And while I was trying to figure out what, excuse me, what had happened, I walked, you know, around to where she was. And that's where I saw her on her hands and knees and was, I mean, just completely, you know, pale and breathing really heavy. And I don't know. It all happened so quickly.
Was she gagging?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she threw up.
And was she breathing heavily?
Yeah.
Did you call that hyperventilating?
Yes.
Okay. Could you see her eyes?
Yeah, they were huge.
Okay. I assume that was a pretty traumatic experience. Okay, thank you.
Stay.
No further questions, Your Honor?
All right, may she be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? All right. And thank you, may be released. State, call your next witness.
Before we call the next witness, Your Honor, we'd like, once the witness has left the stand in the courtroom, we'd like to publish State Exhibit number 3.
All right, let's do that after she leaves the courtroom. All right, State, take your time.
Thank you.
Where is your emergency? 1478 Caven Road. What's happening at 1478 Caven Road? I'm with my niece on the clock. I don't know. I just pulled up, but we need EMS like immediately. Please. All right. Your niece was left in the car. Is she breathing? I don't know what happened. I have no idea. I can't even fathom this right now. My nephew says, can you get to her so we can answer some questions? No, I don't know what's going on. I can't. My mom is I can't. I literally can't. I have no idea. Talk to your dad if he's with your niece. My dad, it has her right now. My dad has her. Oh Lord. How old is your niece? Oh my God. This is really, really, really bad. Oh no. Oh, ma'am. Oh yep. My name is Rebecca Tucker. My parents are named Tracey Nix. Okay. Ma'am, how old is your niece? be with her? Because I need to know if she's breathing, and I need to know now. It doesn't seem like it. Okay, so it doesn't seem like she's breathing. No. Do you know how long she was left in the vehicle? I have no idea. I just pulled up. Please. Okay, I have help on the way, but I'm gonna stay on the phone with you while you're there. Oh, Lord. Okay, can you? Well, I have my 12-year-old son. Okay, how old is your niece? Is it gonna be the baby? 6 months old. Okay. Just take the cake, please, and I'm gonna take you home. I can't be here for this. Okay, I understand. This is Kayla, the youngest one? Yes. Okay, I need to talk to somebody because I want to do CPR on her. My dad's doing it right now. Okay, so the CPR is in progress? Are you doing CPR? Oh my God, she's dead. Okay, how does she look? Her eyes are open, she's not moving or breathing. Eyes are open, not moving or breathing? My son's home. That's correct. Hey, Taylor, are you on the phone, baby? No. Oh my goodness, this is, whew, I'm sorry. I keep touching, I can't. Whew, okay. Whew, come on, honey, finish up, please. Let's go. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh Lord, okay. Good, okay. Okay, I know that you're wanting to leave. Is there any way I can talk to somebody that's there? Is Tracey there? See, I don't know where she's gone to. I don't know where she is. I don't know. Okay. Does your dad know how to do CPR on an infant? Yes, yes, he does. Dad, you're doing it, right? Yes, he's doing it. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know you just got there. Is there any way that somebody can answer how long she's been like this? Mom! Mom! I don't know where she's at. How long was she in the car? A while. She was in the car. Took her to work with you. Okay. All right, ma'am. Okay, so she took her to lunch with her, and then whenever she got back, she was just left in the car? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I know y'all want me to say I have to take my son home. He cannot. I can't do this with him here. So, can your mom call me? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yep. Hold on. Mom?
Your Honor, the state's concluded publishing State's Exhibit 3.
All right. Thank you. State, next witness number 6.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Gabriel Kuhn.
And I did admit that this can be evidence without objection, right? This was admitting the evidence without objection, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and Gabriel Kuhn, thank you. Come on up, we're gonna get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, so just have a seat right here and we'll get started in a second.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Please state your name.
Gabriel Coon,
I think it's kind of obvious, but how are you employed?
by Hardy County Fire Rescue.
How long have you worked for Hardy County Fire Rescue?
Actually, it'll be 9 years tomorrow.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
I think we might have an idea, but why don't you just tell us what that is?
So firefighter paramedic, of course, the firefighter part, we're in charge of suppression of all kind of fire incidents. Then the paramedic part is just the EMS part, emergency medical services. So any kind of emergency, medical emergency that people have, we'll go out and respond to it. So we're dual certified in both of those.
And do you require any specialized training when it comes to the medical aspect? I'm sure at the firefighting, yes. I don't mean to ignore that.
I did with Hardy County Fire Rescue. I did 4 years as an EMT and 5 years as a paramedic. So it's about 3 months to 6 months for EMT school, another 11 months with paramedic, and about 6 months for to become a firefighter.
So you pretty well trained on rendering medical assistance.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how long you said you've been doing that again?
9 years tomorrow.
And let me ask you this, sir. Were you doing the same type of duty since it was 9 years on November 1st of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And let's just get to why you're here, okay? Do you recall participating in attempting to treat 7-month-old Uriel Schock on that day?
Yes, sir. I was a charge paramedic.
Can you explain how you became involved?
So I was on a rescue that day. So we got dispatched to the call, and I believe it came out as a cardiac arrest. And with the additional notes, they said that the child has been left in the car since around noontime.
Okay. And so how did you get there that day?
We was in a rescue, the ambulance. And so we drove there to the scene.
And do you remember where you went to?
Yes, we went to, you want the address?
You can refresh your recollection if you need to.
Yeah, 1478 Kazan Road in Wauchula, Florida.
And what was going on when you got out there, sir?
So when we arrived on scene, I think we was more directed to go towards the back of the house. As we was approaching, I guess it was the grandfather. He was kind of in a hysterical state. He already had pulled the child out of the back of the vehicle and had her on the ground. Like I said, he was hysterical, crying. It looked as if he was trying to do CPR. When we arrived, we parked the rescue probably about a couple feet away from it. I exited out of the vehicle. I walked around, picked the patient up. And at that time, I can feel how hot she was.
Let me stop you there, sir. And when you say patient, are we talking about Uriel?
Yes, sir.
And was Uriel a child? Was she an infant?
Yeah, she was an infant.
Okay. Now you said you picked her up. You noticed she was hot.
Yes. So when I picked her up, I could feel through my gloves. She was just hot to touch. She had on, I would say, something that you would normally put a child in during the wintertime. It was like a long sleeve onesie, like a real fuzzy onesie.
Did you notice anything about the onesie she was in?
Yes, it was very damp.
Damp, you said?
Damp.
Okay.
From, sweating.
Okay. So once you pick her up, what did you do at this point?
At that point, we went ahead because we used the back of our rescue. We use it as more of like a controlled environment. So we entered into the rescue, and that's when we started proceeding to do CPR efforts at that time.
And so is doing CPR on an infant a little more different than you would normally do?
It can be. It could be more of a little bit more traumatic, but.
Okay. Now, what else are you doing? You're doing CPR, or what other types of medical treatment are you rendering?
Yep. So we're doing CPR, which is chest compressions at that time. The other person that was on the truck with me, he started an IO, which is interosseous, which is basically instead of going with an IV into the vein, it just goes straight into the bone, which was in the lower leg area, the tib fib area. So we can begin giving medications a little bit quicker at that time. And as he's doing that, I was beginning to intubate the patient because we needed to secure an airway. But at that time, when I was getting ready to insert the blade into the patient's mouth, I noticed that she was clenched, which means...
Let me stop you there. You were getting ready to? What do you mean she was clenched?
Which means her jaw was just kind of locked in place at that time. Usually we'll have to push medications like succinylcholine to kind of get them to relax. But at that time, once we started doing, further evaluation, we noticed that she started to have rigor mortis that was already set in.
And I think we all have an idea of what that is, but what is rigor mortis?
So that's just stiffening of the muscles and stuff. You know, once you kind of like pass away or death occurs, the chemicals in the muscles start to leave, and that's just when your muscles and stuff starts to constrict and stuff. But
Where did you notice the rigor?
in her limbs, in her upper limbs.
And how does that show?
Just the arms itself will be just kind of in place.
Okay.
Stuck in place there.
And so did you make any other observations other than the rigor?
Yes, that she also had lividity also, which is the pooling of the blood. So once the body, you know, stops circulating blood, with the help of gravity, basically whatever lower portions to the body, gravity just pulls the blood down to the lower parts of the body.
And what did that lead you to believe, sir?
That she's been dead for a while.
And so what did you do at this point? Did you continue your life-saving treatment?
No, at this point, we went ahead and radioed over to Advent Health Wauchula and spoke with the doctor on hand, Dr. Dewan, and we gave him our findings at that time, and he gave us the go ahead and basically call it a signal 7, which is dead on arrival at that point.
And even though there was nothing that could be done, what was done with Uri at that time?
At that point, we just basically just transported to the hospital because it's in our protocol. All pediatric cardiac arrest must be transported to the hospital at that point.
So regardless of her status, you still took her to the hospital?
Right. Right.
All right, sir. I don't think I have any further questions for you.
Okay.
Defense any cross-examination.
No question, John.
All right, we're gonna do one more witness, and I'm gonna deal with one now. Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. And Your Honor, this witness can be.
Yes, you may be excused.
Right.
Sir.
Thank you.
You may be excused, correct?
That's correct, John.
All right, thank you. All right, state witness number 7.
Thank you. Say we call Kyle Bodek.
All right, let's bring him on in.
Kyle Bodek.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You gonna step around this way, sir?
Just go to the seat, sir.
State your name, sir.
James Kyle Bodek.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Hardy County Fire Rescue.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Going on 12 years now.
And I think we've heard from your fellow firefighter medic, but did you require training and experience to obtain your position?
Yes, sir. Through EMT school, then fire school, and then paramedic school.
And how long is that process?
About 2 years total.
So you have extensive medical training?
Yes, sir.
On the job training also?
Yes, sir.
All right. So with the amount of time you've been doing this for, is it safe to say your duties were the same back on November 1st of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, I do want to draw your attention specifically on that date. Do you recall participating in attempting to treat 7-month-old Uriel Schock on that day?
Yes, sir, I do.
How did you become involved in that?
We were at the station, got dispatched for the call, and at our station, Wauchula, it was Rescue 1 and Engine 1 went to that call.
Okay. And so how did you get to that call physically?
Oh, my duty that day was I was on Engine 1. I was the paramedic on that truck. So we followed in behind Rescue 1.
And Rescue 1 would be the ambulance?
Yes, sir.
And so you're following him in. Where did you go?
Our truck pulled around to the front of the driveway. Our truck couldn't make it in the back, so we parked by the front of the house and we walked in around the side of the house to where the rescue was, back behind where the driveway ended.
Okay. And so what was going on when you got there, sir?
When we got there, the rescue crew had already moved the patient into the back of the truck, and then that's where we came in. I came in through the back door of the truck.
And when you say patient, we're speaking of?
Uri. or Miss Schock.
And so she was already in the back. Do you use that truck to kind of as an impromptu area to?
Well, the rescue is what we use to treat and transport patients to the hospital.
Okay, and so she was already there.
Yes, sir.
So what did you do once you got there? Well, once you noticed all that?
They had continued CPR from the family on scene. We took off the patient's clothing to expose her, which is normal for us. Started at IO, which is a needle that goes into the bone that we can help give medications to. I mean, what else?
Did you make any observations when you were removing the clothing?
Yes, the clothes were soaked from sweat, and she was hot to the touch.
What was the weather like that day?
It was hot that day. We had done training early in the day. It was warm.
You said that you were speaking of the IO. I think we heard about that a little earlier.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you continue to give her life-saving treatment or no?
So I was placed at the bottom, and so my job would have been the IO and medications. They were doing CPR, and my partner at the top was trying to do innovation. He noticed that her mouth was clenched shut, and at that point, we started noticing that the hand had rigor mortis already in it, which means the muscles had already contracted and they don't move anymore. And then we noted lividity once we turned her over a little bit to her back, which is the pooling of blood.
So at that point, and your partner, would that have been?
Mr. Gabriel Kuhn.
Okay. And so at that point, what was decided to do?
We were already trying to turn the truck around to get to leave. And once we saw those signs, that those are obvious signs of death for us. We had contacted the hospital through the radio to get permission to discontinue CPR at the time.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, we did. We contacted the ER physician at Abbott Health Wauchula, which was Dr. Dewan, explained to him what we had, and he gave us permission to discontinue CPR because at this point, no further action would have changed anything. And then from there, because of the way the scene was, we transferred her to the hospital to get her away from the scene.
And what do you mean the way the scene was?
Just the chaoticness of law enforcement there. This situation has happened there before, so then we had left to kind of free up, I guess, to where she could be at peace at somewhere else, not left on scene.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
I have a question, John.
We're gonna take a break, and he's released.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, members of the jury, we're gonna take an early lunch. You all could get back around 12:15, please.
All right.
All right.
Please leave your notepads on the chairs.
Say leave, you can leave.
You may be seated.
Everyone have a seat. Everybody in the gallery. I made a rule. We're on the record. Somebody's taking pictures. I have one person that's a designated photographer. Is anybody in that gallery using their camera? Raise your hand if you are, besides the designated photographer that's in the front row. All right. I'm gonna make it real clear. We have the TV, we have the live stream, they have rules, they're following the rules. If I catch a cell phone in anybody's hand, except the designated photographer and the reporters in the front, and their people that work for them that know the rules, you're gonna be ejected from this courtroom, and you will not be allowed back in. Does everybody in this courtroom understand that? This is a very serious matter, and I'm going to enforce the rules. If you cannot handle that, go home and watch it on live stream. Don't do it in my courtroom. We are adjourned. I do need to speak to the lawyers in the back on the record. And the reporter, I need the reporter to wait. plus I needed to address that because I need to get ahead of it. We're gonna all come back, around noon. If there's anything else we need to deal with, y'all get with me then, but I think we're moving along fine. All right? Thank you. Adjourn till, noon as voided.
All right.
News people, news, ABC, whoever got the video camera, that's a shot from somebody that sent it to us. Y'all are going too much into the jury. Make sure. Yeah, they say it came from a video clip.
Okay.
Sarah Vaughan was somebody that saw it and sent it to the court, so make sure you're not picking up any jury. You need to rotate around, you rotate around to where you need to be, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, make sure your cell phone is at the off position, not silent, on the off position. Folks, again, just a friendly reminder, all cell phones in the off position, they should not be.
Second, Shirley? We gotta do a jury trial with a shirt tail hanging to his knee one time.
You didn't tell Rusty?
It wasn't a
I'm
mistake.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This way. All right, are we ready? Okay. All right, where's tell Phyllis to bring the jury in. All right.
Ready for a jury?
Yes, sir, bring the jury in.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yeah, bring one in.
All rise.
Good. All right, everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, we had your first trial lunch break. Anything I need to know about? Everything that's planned? No discussions amongst anybody? Okay, if that happens, y'all need to let me know. Thank you. Steve, call you next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Officer Lyle Parks.
All right, I think that's your case, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You accept this way, sir? Officer, have a seat right here, sir. Step around, watch your step.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Lyle Hart,
And even though it's obvious, what do you do?
police officer for the Wauchula Police Department
How long have you been with the Wauchula Police Department?
since November of 2023.
And is this your first job as a law enforcement officer, or do you have prior experience?
I have prior experience.
Where'd you work before that?
1996, I started with the Florida Department of Corrections. And then in 1999, I was hired with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And so how long do you work with the Hardy County Sheriff, or what were the years you worked for Hardy?
1999 until 2023.
All right. And did you retire at that point?
I did.
And you missed it so much you came back?
I did.
All right. So, sir, so what was your position with the Hardy Sheriff's Office in November of 2022?
November 2022, I was a detective.
And so would that have been your role back on November 1st of 2022?
It was.
And I do want to go back to that time frame.
Okay,
sir. During that time frame, did you become involved in the death investigation of a Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved, sir?
I heard the call for service over the radio.
And what did you do once you received that call?
I responded to the scene in my vehicle.
And so where did you go?
I went to the incident location, Kazan Road.
And was that a residence?
It was.
Whose is that?
The defendant, Miss Nix.
And when you got out there, what was going on, sir?
As soon as I arrived, I could tell that something had happened. I already knew because of the call. And the husband had his knees down, sitting on his knees in the yard, had his hands in his face. He was crying. I think Tracey was walking around very frantic.
And do you know approximately what time you got out there?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay. And so you see this that's going on. What else is going on, sir?
Medical units are arriving. Other law enforcement are arriving.
And when you say medical units, you're referring to?
The ambulances.
And so the address you went out, sorry about the question, but is that in Hardy County?
It is in Hardy County.
Okay. And what did you say Tracey Nix was doing?
She was walking around. She appeared to be in a frantic state. She was crying as well.
And did you discover what was going on out there?
I did.
What happened?
I discovered that she had left her granddaughter, Uriel, in the vehicle that she was driving that day.
That's the frantic nature?
Correct. That was the reason that she was frantic.
And what was the granddaughter's name?
Uriel Schock.
And was Uriel Schock there when you got there?
I believe she was in the ambulance, if not, had already been transported.
Okay. So what did you do next, sir, once you're out of that scene?
My supervisor advised me to go to the hospital, the Advent Health in Wauchula, and take possession, not possession, but be there for the scene of the child and begin photographing Uriel Schock.
And so you took photographs?
I did.
Approaching you with what's been pre-marked as stage exhibits 4 through 8. Please keep them down and go through each one of them. See if you recognize them. Look up when you're ready to proceed, sir. Okay? Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
First, I'd like to, for you to take a look at state exhibit number 4. It should have been in order.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item, sir?
I do.
What is that?
It's a picture of Uriel Schock in the hospital bed.
And what was Uriel's status when you were taking these pictures?
She was already deceased.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you observed that day at the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in state's exhibit number 4.
Defense and objection?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted without objection.
And the state will publish them once they've all been admitted, Your Honor. Would you please take a look at state's exhibit number 5, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of Uriel Schock's little hand.
And what does the picture show?
The hand is clasped shut, like gripping.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day in the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in state's exhibit number 5 at this time.
Defense?
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Would you please turn to state's exhibit 6? Do you recognize state's exhibit 6?
I do.
What is that?
It's a knitted, crocheted blanket that the hospital provided for Uriel Schock.
Is that to place her in, I guess?
It was to cover her up, to comfort.
And does that fairly and accurately depict that photo that you saw that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in state's exhibit number 6 at this time.
No objection.
Admitted without objection. Number 6.
And finally, state's exhibit, or second one finally, state's exhibit number 7, do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
It's the little red or pink onesie that Uriel was wearing that day.
And does that fairly accurately depict the onesie as you saw it that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter state's exhibit number 7 at this time.
Defense?
No objection.
Admitted without objection. Number 7.
And finally, state's exhibit number 8. Would you please look at that?
I did.
What is that?
It's a little teddy bear.
And why was that photographed?
I don't know why I photographed it, but I put it in with Uriel before I zipped up her body bag.
Is that something that was with her?
It was.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
It is.
State would seek to enter state's exhibit number 8.
No objection relevance, Judge. So brought. All right, members of the jury, I'm sustaining the objection on the number 8. You're not to consider that as a, which is repetitive.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to just publish state's exhibits 4 through 7.
All right.
And
Go
please
ahead
let me-
and, hang on a second. Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and give me number 8, please. We have 8.
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit number 4. And once again, sir, what was this?
That is Uriel Schock in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 5. And once again, sir.
That is her little clenched hand as she was laying on the bed in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 6.
That is the hand crocheted blanket that some of the hospital staff had.
And State's Exhibit number 7.
That is Uriel Schock's onesie that she was wearing the day of the incident.
Please, when you're done with those exhibits, you'll give them to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. Did you do anything further at the hospital, sir?
Yes.
What else?
As the family arrived, I unzipped the body bag and tried to make it a little presentable so they could say their goodbyes.
Okay. And following that, sir?
I contacted the medical examiner and was advised by him to have Uriel Schock sent up to him.
So I went to the medical examiner's office?
She did.
She did, yeah. Following making sure that Uriel went to the medical examiner, what was your next step in this case, sir?
I interviewed the 3 ladies that had lunch with Miss Nix at the Beef O'Brady's.
And who would that be?
If I can look at my notes.
If you need to refresh recollection, please do so, then look up when you're ready.
Okay. One of the ladies was Judy Terrell. The second lady was Miss Brenda Knight. And the third lady was Barbara Knight.
And as far as this case, I guess you conducted a couple more interviews. Is that correct? Of some people?
I did.
Who else did you interview in the case?
Her sister, Kayla's sister, the mother of Uriel Schock, and her brother-in-law.
And who was that? Refresh your recollection, sir, and look up.
Kayla's sister is Rebecca, and the brother-in-law's name is Jonathan Tucker.
And sir, does that conclude your involvement in the case?
It does.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated that when you first got there that you saw Nay Nix.
I did.
Okay. Do you know him?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
I don't know him personally. I just know of him.
Know of him.
Yes.
And what was he doing?
He was on his knees in the grass and he was crying.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw Tracey Nix also.
I did.
And what was she doing?
She was walking around. She was hysterical, frantic. She wasn't screaming. She was just, you can tell when somebody is not normal, walking around in a frantic state.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed about Tracey Nix?
Nothing other than that. I was there a brief time.
All right. And you never saw her go behind the barn?
Look at my notes to see. No, I never seen her go behind the barn.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right, regret?
No, Your
All right. May this witness be excused? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, officer. You're excused from your subpoena. You can go there and read it.
Yes, sir.
All right, state, call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State you call Detective Shane Ward.
All right, sir. Come on out and get us sworn in.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Here, step this way, sir.
Please state your name, sir.
I'm Detective Shane Ward.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed as a detective with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed there?
since March of 2006.
And you said your current duties are detective?
I'm currently a detective, yes.
What's a detective do?
Investigate persons and property crimes.
And is your position the same now as it was back in November of 2022?
Yes.
I want to take your focus and attention back to November 1st of 2022. Did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved, sir?
Upon being notified of the call, I did respond to the scene of the incident.
And what was the scene of the incident?
I believe it came in as an unresponsive infant.
Oh, I mean, where was it?
Where was it? The address was 1478 Kazan Road in Wauchula, Hardy County.
And is that a residence?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose residence that is?
That is the residence of Miss Nix, Mr. and Mrs. Nix.
And so do you know approximately when you got out there?
My approximate time, the EMS, I believe, had just left or had just arrived. So it was right around the time of EMS arrival. And I have that documented right around 5:06 p.m.
5:06 p.m. Okay.
Approximately, yes, sir.
And so what did you observe when you got to the property?
I observed Mrs. Nix's 2019 Lexus SUV parked in the backyard. Her husband, Mr. Nix, was also still present at that time. And Mrs. Nix was also still present on the property at that time. I believe there was a car seat laying next to the vehicle. That's pretty much my independent recollection of what I initially observed.
And you said it was what were the vehicles again? I'm sorry.
Her vehicle, I believe, was a 2019 Lexus SUV.
And were there any other vehicles or?
There were more vehicles on the property, I believe. I don't have an independent recollection of exactly what vehicles or where they were positioned on the property without reviewing photos.
Did you notice a lawnmower or?
I believe there was, yes, sir, a lawnmower next to a barn, really close to the vehicle.
Any observations that you made about the vehicle?
The Lexus. Nothing significant that I can recall about the vehicle.
Okay. And so what did you do once you get on the scene, you're assessing the situation? What was the next step you took, sir?
I did speak with Mr. Nix and just asked for an explanation of what had happened, asked him to kind of recreate what he did, what he saw. There was also some people working on their roof at the time. Several workers had been working on the roof that were there when this all happened. So I proceeded to also identify them and speak with them and see if they saw anything that was pertinent to our investigation.
Okay. And so you interviewed them and you interviewed Mr. Nix. What else did you do while you were out there, sir?
After speaking with Mr. Nix, my primary responsibility at the scene was to draft and execute a search warrant for the vehicle and the premises, the property.
Was that the vehicle we're talking about? Was that the Lexus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what you did, sir?
Yes, sir.
And so did you participate in the search of that vehicle at all?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it more of a?
It was more of a observing.
I understand. And so you drafted the search warrant, you ensured the vehicle was provided, support in the search of the vehicle. What else, if anything, did you do after that, sir?
We also, made sure that the vehicle, we did bring it back to the sheriff's office, secured it at the sheriff's office, in a secure facility at the end of the evening when we were finishing up our search of the property. I also, in this case, I did draft and execute a search warrant for Mrs. Nix's phone. And I also assisted by obtaining surveillance video from the Beef O'Brady's restaurant where she was at lunch that afternoon with the victim.
So I guess you received information that the Beef O'Brady's might have video of that?
I did, and I believe Detective Samandel, Detective Fletcher, actually, she requested that I assist her and get that video.
And is she the one that was kind of leading up the investigation?
She eventually was the case agent, yes, sir.
Okay. And what is a case agent, just so we...
She's the primary detective or investigator assigned to the case. So she makes sure that basically is in charge of the case, organizing the case, logistics and things like that.
So following the video, any other further involvement in the case? Did you interview anyone else?
I did. I believe I spoke with her daughter on scene that day, Rebecca Tucker.
Okay. And so you spoke with her also?
I spoke with her as well as Mr. Nix on scene.
Okay, sir. Any further involvement?
Nothing that I can recall.
Well, in that case, sir, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Lieutenant Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated you talked to Mr. Nix at the scene,
Yes, sir.
and what was his state of mind?
As far as me personally characterizing his state of mind, he seemed to be in shock.
Okay. And you indicated that you drafted a search warrant for, I think, the vehicle as well as the phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Nix cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever talk with Mrs. Nix?
I don't have any recollection of speaking with Mrs. Nix in any substantive manner.
Was she at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if she was cooperative with law enforcement?
From everything that I've observed throughout this case, she was cooperative.
Okay. And you didn't ask either one of them for permission to search the vehicle as opposed to getting a search warrant?
I did not.
Okay. Is that for, say, safety reasons or just being extra careful?
In a situation like that, we'll always get a search warrant.
Because of the nature of the case?
Because of the nature of the case.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And would that also apply to the search of the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, even though they were cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see, you wrote a fairly long report. None of the people on the roof noticed anything out of the ordinary?
They had been working on the roof all afternoon. They had not really been paying attention to anything going on the ground. They did not have anything pertinent to provide to the case.
Very good. Thank you.
David, see you're at.
Redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you free to leave?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you agree? Fletcher, do you agree to leave? I'm sorry, yes. All right, thank you, detective. You're free to go. You're releasing your subpoena. Thank you.
And before the state calls the next witness, Your Honor, can we have a sidebar, please?
Let's have a sidebar. Let me go back on record. Members of the jury, we're gonna take a 5-minute stretch break, just very limited, okay? Just give us some time to get some things shuffled around. All right?
All rise. Step this way, please. Keep your notepads on your chairs.
All right, so everyone have a seat. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Mr. Coleman.
It should just be momentarily.
Just when you're ready, we'll bring it up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's me.
Okay.
I have like 2 different controls. Normally, control the courtroom. My courtroom, you hear, white man. I know it. That's your PowerPoint. That's your PowerPoint.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go back and let's see 7 real quick. Make sure it's skipped out.
Yes, I took
Okay,
it
we're
out.
fine.
I deleted it.
Okay.
I just didn't want there to be any mistakes.
Correct.
If I pushed the wrong way.
I didn't know if you had to put a blank something in there. but it took it.
No, I just replaced it.
All right, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, same thing.
That was Frank Jury. All right. I'm gonna go blur on the screen. Mr. Coleman, I'm gonna blur the screen from the live stream, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Just to let you know, it's just property photographs.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave it then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bring mine.
All rise.
All right, everyone have a seat. All right, state call your next witness.
Statement called Detective Kim Pfeiffer.
detective, when I get you sworn in. Good afternoon.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You start this way.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Kim Pfeiffer,
And how are you employed?
detective at the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And if you could please speak up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. And how long have you been at the Hardy County Sheriff's Office?
Just shy of 23 years.
What are your current duties?
I'm a detective and crime scene.
Well, I want to focus on the second part. What do you mean? What is crime scene?
Whenever there is a crime, then they will call out crime scene to come and process the scene.
So what types of things, when you say process, I think we have a good understanding, but I just want to be clear. What do you mean by process?
We'll go and take measurements. We will photograph. If we need to get DNA samples, we'll swab, fingerprint, that type of thing.
Okay. So it sounds like collecting evidence type stuff.
Yes.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, how long have you been doing that for?
Probably about 5 years.
So let me ask you this. Were your duties the same or similar back on November 1st of 2022?
I was in crime scene in 2022, but I wasn't a detective at that time.
Okay. So you're just doing all those duties you talked about earlier. Is that more of a supportive role for the detectives and the other officers, or?
At times, yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you why you're here today. On November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved?
I was requested to respond to Kazan Road to process the crime scene.
And Kazan Road is where?
I'm sorry, it's in Wauchula. It's where the incident occurred.
Okay. And so do you remember when you got out there?
Is it okay to refer to my notes?
Of course. Refresh your recollection and look up when you're ready.
It was about 6:15.
And so what was your role going to be in this investigation?
My role was to photograph the area, the house, the residence, and where the scene was.
Okay. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And do you actually go through the property and take photographs?
I did.
What time did you actually start taking photographs though?
It was at approximately 8:05.
Okay. So was it dark at that time?
It was.
Were you still able to take photographs though?
I was.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 9 through 27. Okay. What I would like you to do is we're going to take this one at a time. All right. So if you would first grab States Exhibit number 9, please.
They're in order.
They are in order, Your Honor. Yes.
It's also on the back.
Yes, Your Honor. And the label will be on the back on each photo. Do you recognize States Exhibit number 9?
I do.
What is that?
This is the address, the mailbox
And
for the residents,
what was the purpose of taking that photograph?
to show where we were at, the numerical.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter States Exhibit number 9.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection.
And the state would like to publish as we admit each one.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you said this was?
It was the mailbox. That's the numerical where it occurred.
Okay. And so could you go to, what was the purpose of the photo?
To show where the incident was at.
And so would you turn to States Exhibit number 10? And what is that?
This is the front of the residence.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the front of the residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to enter in States Exhibit number 10.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection.
And now publishing, Your Honor. States Exhibit number 10. And let me ask you this, is it just the residents on this property?
There is just a residence. There's a barn in the back.
Okay.
Of the property.
Was this the only structure on the property?
Oh, yes, it was on structure.
But
Besides
there
the
was also-
barn.
But there was also a barn.
Yes.
Okay. Look at State's Exhibit number 11, please. What is that?
This is the front of the residence.
Once again, is it from a different angle, I guess?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that night?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, statement seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 11.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, admitted without objection, number 11.
Now publishing. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit number 12? What is that?
This is the front of the residence, but it's the driveway to where the garage would go into.
Okay.
So
Are,
it's
are you, and what's your goal when you're taking all these photos?
just to show like the like the description of where it occurred at, what it looked like the day of the incident.
Okay. And once again, we're talking about State's Exhibit number 12.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the statement seek to enter in at this time State's Exhibit number 12.
Defense?
Judge, I don't have any objection, and I believe it's sake of time, I don't object to any of it, but
Okay, so State's Exhibits 9 through 27 come in without defendant's objection, correct?
26 is that many. I didn't realize it was that many.
9 through 27. Here's the 18. Do you agree?
9 through 27, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, all admitted without objection. Publish as you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just publish as we go then, and we'll talk about each photo. So if you would, that was State's Exhibit 12 we were just talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right, let me get there first. So again, there's some reflective things in the background there. What is that?
That's the dump trailer from where they were working on the roof that day.
So there's roof work going on?
There wasn't when I got there.
No, I meant,
But
but
yes.
that's the reason for that. Okay. Would you now turn to State's Exhibit 13? What do we look
This is the garage
of the home?
of the home, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 14, what are we looking at here?
This is the more of the picture of the dump trailer where it was at. So we're just kind of like slowly taking the picture like that.
Are you giving us a reference of where that is in to the garage?
To the garage, it's just north of the garage on the side of the house.
State's Exhibit 15?
This is another picture of the dump trailer, but the back of the yard.
Okay, so now we're in the backyard?
Yeah, we're slowly going toward the back.
16?
This is the back of the house.
Is from the backyard again?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 17, what are we looking at here?
So this is the driveway. This is now we're facing south toward the road where the mailbox was.
And is the home here on the right side?
Yes, the home's on the right.
What are we looking at State's Exhibit 18?
So this is the backyard. This is where we're facing north, and it's the fence that kind of divides the backyard from, because there's a barn. So there's a barn right behind that fence. You can, and there's a vehicle. You can kind of see the reflection in there.
Okay, but so now are we, where you're standing, are you standing at the house looking back?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 19?
So I am now on the other side of the fence facing south toward the house.
So now you're looking back at the house? Yes.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
State's Exhibit number 20?
This is another picture facing that way.
State's Exhibit 21?
This is the red Lexus and the lawnmower. This is on the other side of the fence facing north, where they said the incident occurred at.
So would this be on, I guess, we're calling it the barn garage side?
Yes, on the side of the fence, yes, where the barn is.
State's Exhibit 22?
This is a picture of the car seat with the lawnmower in the car.
And the car seat's on the ground?
The car seat is on the ground.
State's Exhibit 23?
It's another angle. You get more of the car in this angle with the lawnmower in the car seat.
And I guess this would be in line with the rear passenger side?
Yes, sir.
Or excuse me, rear
A
driver's side.
driver's side.
State's Exhibit 24?
This is the car seat with a pink headband.
State's Exhibit 25?
This is the passenger side of the wrecked vehicle.
And once again, can we also see
You can see the car seat.
State's Exhibit 26?
This shows the barn area where the car was parked in relation to the barn.
So this is the barn garage that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 27.
And this is the barn.
Does Your Honor want them? Thank you. So you went through, you took your pictures, you documented the area. What, if anything else, did you do while you were out at the property?
We took measurements from the barn to the vehicle.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want me to refer to the, no, okay. All we do is just from the barn, from the north side or southeast side of the barn, we took measurements from that corner to the front passenger side tire and to the back passenger side tire from the north and the southeast of the barn.
And what's the purpose? Let me ask you this. Is this standard procedure to take measurements when you're at a scene?
It is. It's standard procedure.
Was there any reason to believe that these measurements were used in the investigation anyway?
No, sir.
But is it something that you would do regardless?
We would still do it, yes, just in case we needed to reenact the scene.
Okay. Anything else that you did in this case while you were there?
No, sir.
Did you retrieve any evidence?
The evidence was secured. There were 3 pieces of evidence that we did seize, and we put them into, at the time, I believe it was a detective, but Sergeant Alvarez's vehicle, to secure them, and then I retrieved them back.
And who
It's in
actually
the
collected
sheriff's
that
office.
evidence, though?
I'm sorry?
And who actually collected that?
It was Miss Wallace.
All right. But you at least participated in the fact that you helped to make sure it was
Yes.
secure in that type. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
I have no question, John, thank you.
All right. May she be excused, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you. Maybe excuse you, release. Just give me a second. Okay, who's your next witness?
Amanda Wallace, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in Ms. Wallace. Come on up and we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sam, you gonna step this way for me, please? Step around, have a seat.
Mr. Coleman, you still have your TV on if you need it.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to need it for
Ms. Nix.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Please state your name for the record.
Amanda Wallace.
And how are you employed, Ms. Wallace?
I am currently employed by the Wauchula Police Department as the evidence and crime scene technician.
And I think we've heard a little bit about crime scene technician's duties. How long have you been doing that for?
With the Wauchula Police Department, almost 2 years,
And what about previously?
a year with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And were your duties the same there?
Yes.
Now, your year with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, would that also encompass the date of November 1st of 2022?
Yes.
And on November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
Yes.
And I think you've kind of already given us an idea, but what was your involvement?
I collected evidence directed by law enforcement that they wanted seized.
And would that be physical items?
Yes.
And how about photographs?
I did not take photographs at the scene. That was done by Detective Pfeiffer.
But I meant in the case you took photographs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about how did you become involved in this investigation?
I was contacted by Captain Drake to respond to 1478 Kazin Road in regards to a death investigation.
And if you could speak up just a little bit. And so do you know what time you got out there?
I arrived on scene at 1951 hours.
So help us out there, those of us that are not familiar with military time.
It would be 7:51 p.m.
And thank you, ma'am. And so what was going on when you got out there?
Whenever I arrived, law enforcement was there. I was briefed by Detective Alvarez. He advised me to stand by as they were waiting on a search warrant. So I stood and waited.
Okay. And after you stood by and waited for a bit, what was the first of your duties that you performed while you're out at the property?
I was teamed up with Detective Pfeiffer and walked along with her while photographs were taken of the area. And then I assisted her with taking measurements of the car to the barn and also taking measurements of the car seat to the car. And I seized a headband and a car seat.
Okay. And well, let's talk about that for a moment, okay? I'm showing you what's been pre-marked at State's Exhibit number 57. Have you seen that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It's one pink headband bow.
And you can hold it down. Hold it down. And how do you recognize that item?
Well, this is the packaging that I placed it in. These are my initials with the seal, and I recognize it from this.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit number 57.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Oh, I showed it to you. All right.
No objection.
Admit without objection, number 57.
And what was the other item that you collected along with the headband?
It was a gray and pink infant car seat.
I'm showing you it's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 58, and I may need the assistance because we're not allowed to have.
Right. Scissors or not? Long bells. Here you go. You want to open? You want to open?
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you.
You put that.
And you may have to stand, and that's perfectly okay. But if you could, let me help.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that item?
That is a car seat for an infant.
And is that the car seat that you collected that night?
Yes, it is.
And how do you recognize that item?
I recognize the item from the way that it looks, and also on that box, it has my evidence label and my initials on the evidence tape.
does the car seat that you collected that night and we saw here today appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, statement seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 58.
Defense, any objection? No, sir. Admit without objection, 58, RC. Ms. Wallace.
I'm going to volunteer for Ms. Wallace. And briefly, Your Honor, if you'll indulge me, I'll publish it to the jury.
Take your time.
I will note that the previous exhibit is packaged in plastic and can be easily viewed.
If you need that, this time I'll have to bail it from you.
And this is the car seat that you collected
Yes.
that was on the ground that we saw in photo.
Yes.
And so what did you do with these items?
Once they were seized, I secured them in Detective Alvarez's vehicle and turned them over to the custody of Detective Pfeiffer, and I returned to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And when you got back to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, did you continue to perform some of your duties?
Yes.
What was the next thing you did in this case, ma'am?
At that time, I accepted the Lexus vehicle into the evidence room that was brought in by Robert's Mushrush Towing.
I'm sorry?
It was brought in by the tow truck.
Okay. And so you received the vehicle.
Yes.
What was the next step, ma'am?
Once the vehicle was brought in, I awaited for Detective Pfeiffer to return. She brought those items to me. I secured them into the evidence room and locked the evidence room and set the alarm.
And what about a onesie? Did you ever receive that into this case?
I did. That was received the following day.
Okay, and we'll come to that in a moment. So what was the next step that you took in this case?
For that night, that was the end of that.
Well, then let's talk about that. Did you do anything with the onesie that was collected in this case?
Whenever I received the onesie, it was still damp. So I placed it into the dry safe that is located in the evidence room and dried it. And once it was dried, I then packaged it.
Okay, so you had to dry it before you could package it?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the Lexus. Did you participate in that search?
Yes.
What was your role in that?
I photographed the vehicle and items inside the vehicle, and then I seized items as directed.
And let me ask you this. You said you photographed the vehicle?
Yes.
And you photographed the items that were in the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you also collect a white blanket and a diaper bag?
Yes.
Let's start out with the photos. I'm presenting to you items that have been pre-marked States Exhibits 28 through 45. Okay? We're going to take them one at a time. If you look, they're labeled on the back. Okay? Please look at States Exhibit 28. What is that?
This is a red, maroon, and color Lexus SUV.
And is that the vehicle that was searched?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence States Exhibit 28.
Defense, any objection? Admit without objection.
Now publishing?
Yes, please, publish 28.
Please look at States Exhibit 29. What is that?
This is the rear seat of the maroon and colored Lexus.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seat tender and State's Exhibit 29.
I didn't understand what she said.
This is the rear seat to the Lexus vehicle.
No objection.
All right, admit without objection, number 29, please publish.
Publishing. Now, in this photograph, what do we see here on the floor on the driver's rear passenger side?
That is the diaper bag and blanket that were seized.
So the diaper bag would be this dark item with, it looks like some type of tassel hanging down from it.
Correct.
And then the white blanket would be on top of that.
Yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit number 30. What is that item?
This is also another photograph of the blanket and diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time statement seat tender and State's Exhibit number 30.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, admit without objection.
Publishing. And I guess this is more of a, how would you describe this view?
It's a more close-up view, and I was directly next to the seat.
Okay. Would you look at State's Exhibit 31? What is that a photo of?
This is a photograph of the rear seat from the front driver's side view.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seat tender and State's Exhibit 31.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, 31s,
Now publishing 31.
please.
What was the purpose of this photograph?
I believe it was just to be able to show the view of the rear seat, that there was nothing in the rear passenger seat.
And so from the photographer's position, where would this be?
I was standing directly beside the driver's seat.
Looking towards what side, what part of the vehicle?
That would be the rear passenger seat.
Thank you. Would you look at State's Exhibit 32, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is the blanket that was seized from the vehicle.
Is that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seat tender and evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Defense, any objection?
No objection.
Admit without objection. Publish.
Publishing now. And I guess this is just a unfolded view or an uncrumpled view.
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 33? What is that?
This is a photograph of the gray diaper bag that was located in the vehicle.
Is that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seat tender and evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Defense,
Or, excuse me, 33.
33. Defense,
No objection.
admit without objection, publish if you desire.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 33. And now this is outside the vehicle?
Yes.
And what's on the side of the diaper bag there?
That is a baby bottle.
Please look at State's Exhibit 34. What is that?
This is the diaper bag again with the top zipper unzipped, and you can see items inside the diaper bag.
Is that fairly and accurately depict what you saw inside of that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seat tender and evidence State's Exhibit 34.
Defense,
No objection.
admit without objection, publish if you desire.
Now publishing 34. And I guess what you're saying is what type of, how was this closed?
It was zipped closed.
Okay, and are we unzipped here?
Yes.
And what type of items are we looking at?
There is a, there was multiple items inside there. In this photograph, you can see, I believe that is a baby diaper and the top of maybe some wipes.
So we're looking at baby related type of things?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at State's Exhibit 35, please? What are you looking at there?
It's a photograph of two baby bottles that were located in the diaper bag, and one of them still had milk or formula in them.
Is that fair and accurate to depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the statement seat tender and evidence State's Exhibit 35.
Defense,
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire.
Now publishing. I guess you said there were 2 bottles there.
Yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit 36. What are you looking at there?
It is a more open view of the main compartment to the diaper bag, and you can see miscellaneous baby items.
Is it a better view than the one we saw earlier?
Yes,
Does it fairly accurately depict what you saw, ma'am?
yes.
State and seek to enter in evidence, State's Exhibit 36.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
Now publishing. And it looks like we're looking at articles of clothing.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
This is the other compartment of the diaper bag unzipped, and you can see an article of clothing.
Is it fairly accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
State would seek to enter in the State's Exhibit 37, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
And it looks like it's almost in half at this point.
Yes, the diaper bag had multiple zipper compartments, and the last photograph we looked at was the larger compartment. And this was like the front compartment to the diaper bag. When you unzipped it, it would lay down flat.
And are we looking at what, more supplies?
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 38, please? What are we doing here?
These are, it's baby medication and toiletry items that were located in the diaper bag.
Okay, are the actual items ever removed?
Yes,
Is what's in that photograph fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter in evidence, State's Exhibit 38.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
Publishing. Please look at State's Exhibit 39. What is that?
These are the contents that were in the larger compartment of the diaper bag, and you can see baby wipes, more clothing items, the bottle, a baby toy, and some diapers.
So again, more supplies.
Yes,
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter in evidence, State's Exhibit 39.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish if you like. State.
So all of this that we see in this photograph came out of that bag.
Yes.
Please look at 40. What does that depict?
This is the front passenger seat to the Lexus vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to enter in evidence, State's Exhibit 40.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing. And these were the items that were just found in the front seat, passenger seat,
I believe,
or just what you saw in the front seat?
yes.
Okay. Go to 41, please. What is that?
It's a photograph of the car seat in the rear driver's side seat.
And let me ask you that. That wasn't found that way, correct?
Correct.
How did the car seat get into the rear seat?
Detective Ward placed it there.
And what was the purpose of that?
He placed it there so that he could attempt to, he also sat in the driver's seat to see if he could see the car seat from the rearview mirror.
Okay. And does that, once you place, so that isn't, like I said, the car seat wasn't found in that location, but it was placed there.
Correct.
Was that for an investigative purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly, once that car seat was placed in there, does that fairly and accurately depict the scene the way it looked once the car seat was placed into that rear seat?
Yes.
Your Honor, State seek to enter in evidence, State's Exhibit 41.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
And so it's clear, this is the driver's side,
Yes.
and rear passenger seat.
Yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit 42. What does that show?
It's just another photograph of the car seat with the diaper bag in it.
With a different angle?
Yes,
And does that fairly accurately depict what you saw?
yes.
Your Honor, state and seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 42.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, admitted without objection, publish as you wish. State.
And where would you be standing as far as the car is concerned when you took this photograph?
I was standing just outside of when the car door opens on the rear passenger seat.
Please look at State's Exhibit 43. What is that?
This is a photograph from the front passenger view of the car seat and the rear driver's side seat.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, state and seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 43.
Defense?
Can the witness repeat?
Yeah, please repeat, ma'am.
This is a photograph from the front passenger side seat of the rear driver's side seat of the car seat.
No objection.
All right, admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing. State's 43. And from these photos, is that the handle to that? Is the car seat rather close to the driver's seat?
I did not measure, but
Yeah.
it was within close proximity.
Okay, thank you. Would you look at State's Exhibit 44? What is that?
This is a photograph of the rear seat from the rear view mirror. It's taken from the front seat of the rear view mirror looking into the back seat.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you took that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 44.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing 44. And I believe you should have one more photo of that.
Correct.
Would you please look at State's Exhibit 45, and what does that show?
It's just another photograph of the rear seat from the, or of the rear view mirror looking at the rear view seat.
Okay, different angle again, or?
Yes.
Okay. And is that fairly and accurately depict what you saw there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, statement seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, admit without, publish as you wish. State.
Now publish.
Thank you.
Thank you. So besides photographing, you did collect some items also?
Yes, I did.
What were those again?
I collected the small white blanket and the gray diaper bag.
Okay.
And
I'm approaching you with been pre-marked at State's Exhibit number 59. Would you please look at that? Do you recognize that item?
yes,
What is that item?
it is the blanket that was located in the vehicle.
And how do you recognize that?
I recognize it from sight, but this is also my evidence label and packaging and my initials.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it, ma'am?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter in evidence states 59.
Defense?
Good, board here, just very briefly.
One question?
This blanket that's in front of you, ma'am, is that the same blanket that you took photographs of?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as needed.
Showing you it's been pre-marked as state exhibit number 60. It is in a plastic bag, so you can't take it out, okay? Please take a look at that item. If you stand up, please do so. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
That is the diaper bag that was located in that vehicle.
And how do you recognize that item?
I recognize it by sight. This is also the packaging that I placed it in along with my initials.
And does that appear to be in the same or substantially same condition that from when we collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state and seek to enter in evidence states exhibit 60.
Defense?
Briefly, the contents of the diaper bag, is it just the diaper bag itself?
The contents are in the diaper bag.
Or in there,
Yes.
the ones that gone through all these photographs with?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, admitted without objection.
Other than that, ma'am, did you perform any more of your duties as far as this case was concerned?
I downloaded the photographs and submitted them into evidence.
Other than, it sounds more of an administrative thing. Other than that, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense, Charles?
Yes.
And you had all the items you photographed, you actually had over here.
Sir?
You had the actual items over here of those photos, the items depicted in those photos.
Yes.
When you took those photos, can you tell us about what time of day it was?
It was approximately, the search warrant began at approximately 2:16 p.m. And I seized the diaper bag and the blanket at approximately 2:55 p.m.
Okay, of what day?
of November 4th.
November 4th. Okay, and this incident occurred when?
I'm sorry,
The incident we're here about, what day did it occur?
November 1st.
Okay, so it was 3 days later.
Correct.
All right. So you don't know where any of these items were, we'll say at the time that all this happened.
Those items were located in the vehicle. The vehicle came into the evidence room on November 1st. The evidence room was secured.
When did you first observe these items?
I noticed on scene that there was something in the car, but I cannot tell you exactly because we were dealing with the car seat.
Okay, so you don't know what was where on November 1st.
Correct.
Thank you.
Can you read your app?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Please.
Just to be certain that the jury heard that the car was secured on November 1st, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right, Mitch, you use, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Right, ma'am, you were subpoenaed, you're releasing subpoena, do about whatever business you want to do.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. for everybody? Does that work for the jury? If I need to give you more or less, let me know.
All rise.
All right. Everyone have a seat.
Maybe seated.
Defense or state, anything we need to go over before the break?
I just want to let Your Honor know, the state has 2 more witnesses for today. However, one witness has a significant amount of, I guess, the video. We're looking at about 2 hours of video.
All right, so how long is your next witness?
Very short.
Okay, so we should be good. Finishing around 4-ish today is what you're thinking?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to make the court aware there is an hour and about 40-minute long statement, and then there's probably around roughly 15 to 16-minute body cam footage.
You want to do, I mean, okay, we'll do it, and then maybe we get to a point in statement after about an hour and a half, we break if we need to.
That's why I was letting the court.
Yeah, so what we'll do is this, we'll do the short witness, we'll do the long witness. At a certain point in time, we're going to stop and take a break, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you decide when that's good.
I plan on publishing these matters while the witness is on the stand.
I agree. I just want to take a break. Don't want to keep the jury in the chairs for more than about an hour and 20 with video. All right, all rise.
All rise.
I'll see everybody about 10 minutes.
Court stands on recess. When he comes back, I'll have to ask him. So when he comes back, I'll ask him.
Huh?
I'm not. I just have it on display. You know what? For real. It was given to me as a present. I just have it on display. I was up to it. But I work overtime. So you don't want me to ask?
I guess not. Thank you.
couldn't get the clicker to work or something?
I didn't call you, I don't know.
No, the attorney did.
I guess he couldn't get his work.
Can y'all give me a number?
That's what she did call my coffee shop. We all need to come in.
Doing it old school, man. Yeah. I don't even think I'd be able to pass. I still use vanilla folders though.
At least I have a tablet now that's basically just like this.
Exactly, yeah, but I don't have to flip.
Right.
I just. It's today's thing. And here's the cool thing, I hit a button, and then I hit convert, and it learns
Means the rest for it.
so it converts to a Word document. Oh, yeah. I'm on the 4602. I grew up with my father, you know, like but I also, I spent my high school years in cell phones and computers and stuff. So I still remember the typing class.
Yeah.
So the other day I was, last night I read an email to my son's school and he looked at, he's all set. He goes, "How do you know how to type so fast?" Which my mom told me would pay off.
Yeah, no, I'm not one of these guys. No, I wish I would have listened to my mom.
That's what I do sometimes. Normally I prefer Sarasota and Manatee counties for dogs. And I don't know, other has sometimes I just do that.
No, we would.
It was like
do
sticking
that.
with there. I've had it before where I did in court where you push down too hard, next thing you know.
It's all in the floor.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter, that's not official, but yeah, I got it.
Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the update. Oh, before. Oh, you just read that, okay, yeah. I'm gonna choose to bring it back up. Yeah, it's, yeah, back. Yeah. The only thing I thought was move the podium over there, but it's take a picture of you. All right.
back in session. All right. Okay, ready to state defense?
Your Honor, Mr. Davis and Mr. Fletcher.
Okay. When they come in, we'll get the jury in. Let's get them outside. You want to have a seat? Just go get the jury lined up in the hall.
Thank you.
Okay. Let them know Patrick's in the hall. We're ready. You ready? Yes. Don't worry about it. All right.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yeah, bring them on in.
All rise.
All right, everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, everything's good? Nobody talked about anything while we're out about this case?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's, go ahead. State, you ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Detective Octavio, or excuse me, Sergeant Octavio Alvarez.
All right, bring them on in. Come on up. Sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Please step this way, sir. Step around, have a seat. You just watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Octavio Alvarez.
And what is your employment?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your current duties, sir?
Right now, I'm a sergeant in the patrol division.
And how about back in November of 2022? What was your duties then?
I was a detective with our street crimes unit.
On November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
Yes.
How did you become involved, sir?
I heard across the radio the dispatch come out of this call for service, responded to the address on Kazan Road, and upon my arrival, that's when I got involved with the case.
And what was going on when you arrived at the scene, sir?
When I arrived, I parked somewhere in the front yard. I can't recall exactly where, and then I walked towards the back, towards I believe it was like a shed or a barn or something.
And what was going on in that area?
In that area, I seen a red SUV and a pickup truck. There was a gentleman that was distressed. He was upset. I walk around back and I see two detectives speaking to Tracey Nix. And at that point, she was upset speaking to the detectives. From there, I walked to the front and did other things at that point.
Okay. What was the, as far as what other things are you referring to?
So from there, I went and I was instructed to translate for Detective Ward. There were some workers on the roof that were working during this prior to our arrival. And I interviewed or assisted in translating, interviewing for different workers.
So as he's asking the questions, you're just translating, and I'm assuming, do you speak Spanish, sir?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And were you translating for his questions to them?
Correct.
And how about their responses?
Correct. Yep. I was translating back. Yes.
Okay. And then what else, if anything, did you do in this case as far as the investigation was concerned?
I also assisted in interviewing Kayla Schock. And Lieutenant Nicholson was also present there, and I just stood by. the rest of the scene.
And I believe maybe some items were stored in your vehicle also?
I cannot recall that. I know it was in a report, but I cannot recall myself.
Okay. Other than that, sir, did you have any further involvement in this case?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Please, the court.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated when you got there, you saw a gentleman who was upset. And who was that gentleman?
I think it's pronounced Noon Nix.
Last name was Nix.
Correct.
I'll say, at least compared to you, an older gentleman.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he was upset. Can you be specific for the jury?
I do recall that he was crying. And I believe he was near a pickup truck, I think it was, or one of the vehicles that were in the back, but he was crying that I can recall.
Okay. And had EMS gotten there then?
I believe they were gone at that time.
They already gone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I think you mentioned Mrs. Nix by name.
Correct.
Okay. And you said she was upset.
Yes.
Can you be specific? How do you know she was upset?
I do believe she was crouched down as detectives were trying to talk to her, consult her. And she was, I know she was crying as well.
And you know what detective who was trying to console her?
Yes, at the time it was Detective Samandel, with now Detective Fletcher and Detective Ward.
You said they were consoling her?
Yeah, they were trying to.
Okay. And I think you indicated you interviewed Kayla Schock. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not the mother of the child.
Correct. That's not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further, direct? No, Your Honor. May this witness be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're released from the subpoena. Go back to whatever business you have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, next witness.
Statement called Detective Alice Fletcher.
All right, so Detective Fletcher, come on in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
Alice Fletcher,
And how are you employed?
as a detective with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office?
about 12 years.
What are your current duties, ma'am?
I currently serve in the Criminal Investigations Division as a detective.
What's the Criminal Investigations Division?
We investigate crimes, specifically more felonies,
And how long have you been doing that for?
about 5 years.
Okay, sorry about that. I think I've already asked you that. And are you, so that it'd be safe to say that your duties now are very similar to back in November 1st of 2022.
Correct.
Is your name the same?
No,
Okay, what was it back then?
Alice Samandel.
So if we've heard Samandel throughout this, they're talking about you.
Correct.
What is your name now?
Fletcher.
All right. Now, on November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved?
A call came out over the radio of a cardiac arrest at 1478 Kazan Road at about 5 p.m. on November 1st of 2022. So I jumped up and reported to the residents.
And I think we've already covered this, but I just want to make sure that address is at what city is that in?
Wauchula, Florida,
And what county?
Hardy County.
Now, you said approximately 5 p.m. Is that what you said?
Correct.
When did you get out there?
I got out there, as soon as the call came out, I responded. So shortly after the call came out is whenever I arrived.
And were you working that day?
I was.
You remember what the weather was like back then?
I do.
What was the weather like that day?
It was hot. I recall being on scene outside and sweating, and temperatures were reportedly in the 90s that day.
Now, what was going on when you arrived? Well, let me ask you this. I think it's been covered, but I just want to make sure. Do you know whose property that was that you went out to?
I later learned whose property that was.
Well, after being there.
Correct.
Okay. Whose property was that?
Tracey Nix and her husband, Nay Nix.
Okay. So what was going on when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, the ambulance was already there and several other units were already there. So I immediately learned from other officers on scene that Uriel had been left in a car and was currently in the care of the rescue team. So I went and observed Nay Nix, who appeared really distraught next to a vehicle on the north side of the residence in a pasture. He said he couldn't find his wife, Tracey, so I went and started looking for her.
So you tried to help him find Tracey?
I did.
And that's Tracey Nix.
Tracey Nix, correct.
Is the person you know as Tracey Nix in the courtroom today?
She is.
Could you identify her by an article of clothing she is wearing?
Yes, she is wearing a maroon, black and white, multicolored dress.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record so reflects.
Now, let me ask you this. At the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, you're issued, I guess, various equipment, correct?
Correct.
Is there a certain type of equipment that you were wearing that day that might have captured some of the events you're telling us about?
Yes.
What is that?
Body worn camera.
And what is that? I think pretty much everyone knows what it is this day and age, but what is that?
It's a small box that we wear on our uniform, and when we interact with the public, we activate it. It has voice as well as visual recording properties to it. We typically leave that activated through our interactions with the public, and then we later submit those for evidence, just for record keeping.
Okay. And did you have that on this day?
I did.
When you were just describing the scene that you walked in on, did your camera catch what you were talking about?
It did.
Now, you said you were trying to help Mr. Nix try to locate the defendant, Tracey Nix. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we pick up from there?
Correct.
Were you able to locate her?
We were.
Okay. And where was she?
She was located on the west side of the barn, which is on the north side of the property, north of the residence.
And I think we've heard a little bit about the property, but there's a house and also what else on this property?
Like a barn.
All right. And so she was behind that?
Yes,
And did you speak with her?
I did.
Is the exchange that you had with her also captured on that body worn camera?
It is.
Rather than go through what the nature of that discussion is, let's take a look at that, okay? I'm showing you it's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 56. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence entry of my body worn camera from that day.
And does that appear to be and everything that's on here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you described and also your conversation with the defendant, Tracey Nix?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence States 56.
Ms. Benson, objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
56, body worn camera admitted without objection. Publish if you wish.
And at this time, the state would request to publish State's Exhibit 56.
Go ahead and publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, publish it.
Party SO1. I got mine on. The ambulance already here? Where are they at? I don't know. Oh, they're in the back, y'all. Well, good for you. What's the status? Who's in charge? No, who's in charge of the child?
So his wife parked his vehicle up front and inside, he doesn't know how long it was.
Okay.
For about 20 minutes, and he doesn't think it was survived because it was already warm whenever he got the baby out.
Where's his wife at?
That's what I'm trying to get figured out. It was 2 weeks.
Okay. We money is on her. Is that her name, sir?
Tracey.
Tracey, do you know where she could be?
No, I have no idea she was here, but she.
We need to find her name's Tracey. We need to find Tracey. She's somewhere. No, he's got her. We're good. Tracy, do you have any idea maybe how long it's been?
It's been up to 2 hours. I forgot my power. I took her out to lunch with some friends. And when I got back, I don't know even what I had on my phone, but I didn't get her out of the car and I didn't think about it again until I was getting ready to get my other grandson and take him out to dinner. And all of a sudden, they told me that she was with me.
I understand. Okay. Okay.
I need to drive in my car. I need to go somewhere. I can't do this.
It's hard to be here.
I cannot do this.
I understand. Well, we also don't want to get in their way, so we're just gonna stay right here for right now, okay? Is anyone notified?
I can't do this.
Okay.
I don't want to be here when she comes. I can't do this.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in my car. I need to just go somewhere.
Well,
Unless you're gonna arrest me.
I need to get a statement from you though, okay? Are you okay to do a statement? Do you want to go back to the sheriff's office and sit with me? Would that be better? I can't let you drive like this.
I cannot stay here.
Do you want to get in my car?
I cannot stay here.
I
have to go.
So is that okay? If you get in my car and just go with me?
I don't want to face anyone.
Okay.
I can't face my daughter. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I cannot. I cannot.
How can I help you right now?
I don't know. I need to get in my car and go somewhere. If you need to take a statement, do it now. Unless you're going to arrest me.
Is your vehicle close by or no? Okay. Look,
then if you sat in your, does it avoid
I
speeding?
cannot be here when she gets here. I cannot do it.
Do we want to sit at the table inside or?
I can't.
She don't want to be here.
be here.
Like, we can't let her drive. It would be irresponsible.
Well, let's go back.
Let me drive to the sheriff's office and you follow me.
Can I take you and we'll bring you back?
Yes.
But yeah, we'll do that.
I don't want you driving in this.
Not at all, okay? But let's.
But I may leave from the sheriff's department.
Absolutely. But let's get you out of here for now. Let's do that, okay? Is that okay? Let's do that. Come on, Tracy. Let's go this way.
I cannot do this.
I understand.
I cannot. I got to be gone before they come. I've got to be gone before they come.
Yeah. Tracy, are you okay to walk to the front or can?
There's my car right there, right when, I cannot do this.
Tracy,
Please drive me, take my car, I don't want to.
I can't drive your car, Tracy. We're gonna leave your car,
I
okay?
cannot, I don't want to come back
Okay,
here.
stay right here with me.
I don't want to come back
I
here.
get that, but I can always have your husband come get you. Sure.
No, I don't want to come back here.
Okay,
I mean, I'm serious and I'll get in my car and going somewhere.
yeah, do that. Okay, so for right this second,
I've got to be gone when she comes, I cannot do it.
I got you. Okay, I'm gonna have Ward take you, all right? We will figure something out for your vehicle. Don't worry about that right now. Right now, let's just worry about getting you out of here safely. Take care, we gotta take care of, okay? You can't go in your vehicle, what do you? So you can't go in the vehicle.
I cannot do this. She was here. I called up one. Please, let's not stand here. Let's go somewhere. I don't want to be here.
Shane's still in his car.
We're getting people up there to make sure no one's.
It's gonna be a hurt.
Only just go ahead and get everything done.
That's what we're doing. Shane's getting his car and pulling it back. Yeah, that's, I'm hoping.
Let's think about it.
Check Captain Drake, let him know this call in case we're going to call him.
Please, please give me an ambulance. Please. Please, I don't want to be here.
See, this included publishing State Exhibit 56.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, the department's approach briefly, please.
Without the full court?
I believe court order.
All right, full court, please. All right. All right. Members of the jury, you have heard and are about to hear more recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings, both of them, have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and or hear and consider this evidence. Understand? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Coleman, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective, we just watched your body cam footage. I believe that was what you were talking about with the jury just before that, right?
Correct.
Now, there was some discussion that Ms. Nix had with you regarding arrest. Was she arrested on that property?
No.
So at any time, did you tell her she was under arrest while she was there?
No.
So when you were talking with her, other than some statements that were made, what was your goal when dealing with Miss Tracey Nix that we just saw? What was your goal there?
To make sure that she was okay and would remain safe.
Is that one of the reasons why you wouldn't let her drive?
Correct.
So what was the offer of going back to the station? Why did you make that?
I needed to get a statement from her of what had took place, and she also stated numerous times that she didn't want to be where she was. So the alternative was to take her from that place to get the statement.
And I think it's clear on there, but did she agree to go with you?
She did.
So before we leave that scene, is the next thing you did go back with Miss Nix then
I did.
from the property?
Correct.
All right. So tell us about that. Where did you go?
We went to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office and we went into the interview room, which is audio and video recorded. And that is where I spoke with her.
And as far as speaking with her, prior to speaking with her, did you take any steps as far as your role as law enforcement is concerned?
I did, just because at that point she was with law enforcement in a unfamiliar building. I did read her Miranda warnings.
And are those, let me ask you this, we'll kind of foreshadow a bit. You said everything was audio and video recorded.
Correct.
Were those warnings that you gave her also recorded?
Correct.
So what you exactly said to her, we'll hear if we hear that recording?
Yes.
Excellent. So at this point, did you just immediately start questioning her about the incident?
No.
And again, we'll be able to see it, but what was your initial goal when you first got her there?
When I first got her there, I wanted to provide her with whatever she needed, tissues, water, anything of that sort, a few minutes to kind of catch her breath. So that's what I initially did, was offer her.
And as a matter of fact,
things.
during this whole process, didn't she in fact have somebody else show up on her behalf?
She did.
Who's that?
Kathy Walker,
And what was that, her relationship to Tracey Nix?
longtime friend.
So was Kathy Walker prevented from contacting Tracey in any way?
She was not.
Now, did you actually speak with her about the incident? Miss
Tracey.
Nix.
I did.
Sorry, there's two she's. I should have been more specific. So with Miss Tracey Nix, you did speak with her about the incident.
I did.
Prior to reading her Miranda, or even after that, at any time, in order to get her to speak with you, did you promise her anything?
I did not.
Did you threaten her in any way?
I did not.
Leading up to before she was making the statements, was she arrested
She was not.
or restrained in any way?
She was not.
Did she ever tell you she did not want to speak with you?
She did not.
And did she ever try to leave?
She did not.
Your Honor, the state's now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 55. Would you please look at that item?
Mhm.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's a statement of Tracey Nix that I took at the sheriff's office.
And is this video and audio?
It is.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the conversations that you had with Ms. Tracey Nix that day?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 55.
Defense? Mr. Fletcher?
Objection.
I don't have any objection.
All right, admit without objection. State published?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
then we do want to make it about probably 3-ish, make it break, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
For the benefit of the courtroom, it's about an hour and 37
Right.
minutes.
Just County, when you get to the, get to about an hour, then we'll break.
Yes, sir.
So George, we're gonna go until about 3:15, and we're gonna find a stopping point to give you a break, okay? That's where I go.
Is there anything I can get for you right now? Okay, let me grab you some of this. I'm just gonna put you over for privacy, okay? Okay, so this is what I've got right now, okay? Okay. So, one of the other detectives was asking, were you in the maroon vehicle?
I was in the red Lexus.
Got it, okay. 206, 203, it was the red Lexus.
Let me just answer you like this, if that's okay.
That is totally fine. Now, what I do need to do is, I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
She just put me somewhere, put me in a jail or something.
So before we even talk, I want to make sure that you're aware of your rights, okay? So, I have to read them because you're in this room with me, but you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have that person present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning. And if you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer, you still have the right to stop talking to me at any given time. And you also have the right to stop talking to me at any time until you have an attorney present. So I just want to make sure that you do understand those rights. Okay. So Ms. Tracy, is there anything else I can get you right now, some water, anything? Okay. So I want to make it very clear that you're not under arrest.
I wish it was.
I know.
I just want to be somewhere.
Can I just give you a few minutes and then I'll come back and maybe we can chat? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna step out and give you just a few minutes and I'll come back and chat with you, okay?
I'll never get good again.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Unless you get the car.
That's something that we can definitely try to figure out for you, see what I can get done.
Can I stay here?
If you could leave, where would you go? Do you have any other family?
I do. I have family up in Ohio.
Okay. What part of Ohio?
Between Dayton and Cincinnati.
Okay.
I cannot, I just cannot. And I'm just responsible, I just cannot do it.
Do you keep her child often?
Last week I had her 4 days out of 5. And typically I just have her once or twice a week.
Was there anything different about today?
So, except that I didn't expect to have her, and I picked her up and took her to eat with some friends. And somehow, when I got home, I just didn't even think about the fact that I had her. She must have fallen asleep in the vehicle or something. And I heard no noise, and I didn't have anything specific on my mind. It's not like I was rushing in the house to do anything. I just forgot she was in the car. I just forgot. I cannot do this. I know my limits and I cannot do this.
What does that mean, you cannot do this?
I can't watch everybody be in such pain because of some action of my own.
What's the alternative?
You know what the alternative is. Either that or just drive until I just can't go any further. I just cannot face everybody. I cannot do.
What's her name?
Uriel Jane, call her Uri. She was the most precious child.
What's your favorite thing about her?
She's just precious. She's just precious. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't believe it. I cannot. I cannot believe this. I cannot face anyone. I cannot do it. I can't. I cannot. This last week is the first child. I can't imagine Caleb.
Your daughter's name is Caleb?
Yes. It was.
Okay.
But who could do that? Who can do that? Who could have? Who does that?
What do you mean?
Who can forget the babies in a car? Who can do that? Oh, God.
I'll be right back. Is there anything else I can get you? Yep. Got someone here that's gonna be a little bit, okay? Hey, baby. I'll come back and check on you later. Come here. Are you sure you have a minute? I'm gonna make it a little bit. You can't do this yet. You got to. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I can't do it yet. I can't do it. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot do this. I can't do it. I can't. You can't. No, I can't. And I can't do it here. I cannot stay here. I cannot stay more too long. I cannot. I don't know where I'm going, but I've got to have a car because I'm exhausted. I cannot. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know. If I could figure out how to get it done. I can't do it. If I could just do something to get out of this, I would.
cannot do this. I cannot do this. You can't do that. You're not going to put this on all of us then again. You just can't do that. I can't do that. I cannot do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can never finish Caleb. I just can't do this. He'll be happy without me here. Maybe a little hope. Rebecca, Hayden. Yes, how did they even know to call you? Rebecca called me. She came up on it. She was there because I was supposed to take him and stop me. And they were late. And if they had been there an hour earlier, maybe it would have been too late. But it was just my fault. I just, and you hear about it all the time. That's twice. They're two completely different things. I can't do it. I have to go somewhere. I begged him to just have a miracle. I just don't deserve to keep going. I do not deserve it. You don't deserve it. Nobody deserves it. Oh, God. You're going to have to take me somewhere, Kathy. I cannot stay here. Can't do it. That's right. I've got to have a plan. Mary, please breathe. It's gonna take care of it. It's gonna keep her from just falling apart. Because again, baby, I've lost her down. I don't know what. I don't have any idea what. But I cannot stay. I don't see why. You can't see anything right now. I can't see anything. It's very understandable. I don't want them to come up. See, I can't face any of them. A car. So that I can go somewhere. You take it with you. I just want to take it with me. I need just to be close. Wherever you go, it's going to be with you. You need to be here, loved by your people. Oh, I can't face any of them. I can't do that. I need to be tucked away somewhere. I need to be at home. They need to put me in solitary confinement so I don't look at anybody. I don't deserve to have any kind of pleasure. Any kind of anything. This is not malicious. This is not. It wasn't malicious, but that's right. Can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't face anybody. Have you seen Caleb? I haven't gotten there when I go class. And I couldn't get close to the house. I was hiding on the road. All I wanted her to do was get me out of there, because I couldn't see from it. I didn't care where she took me. I wanted to drive, but she wouldn't let me. That was smart. And that nice, I guess, investigator, that short guy, Toby, I didn't even look at it. Anyway, he came over and asked me who I was. And I said, well, Tracey, I said, yes, I thought you were in the house. I begged them to leave me, to take me from there, because I knew I couldn't stand that again. I did. I told her she needed to arrest me, put me away from there. She told me you're not under arrest. You're here for your own safety. I want to take me to do something without hurting everybody else. Promise with you, you will. You will. And you know that's a selfish thing. I do. People do. You say it all the time. I do. But I can't do it. Not right now. I cannot. I can't have it funeral. Baby Judy Gale's place in North Carolina. I've got to do something. I got to go somewhere. I cannot stay here. You know you're gonna take this with you. You're not gonna just escape it like going up a mountain. It's something you have to do one millisecond at a time. Oh God. How can I be this quiet? It's been how many times? How many times? It's just too many. But we don't get that choice. I didn't even think I could fix you. I just don't deserve it. I don't deserve to have you here. Yes, you do. Yes, I need to go somewhere. I need essentially hardly heard a mosquito. I can't stand people feeling sorry for me bringing food. And I just, I'm lucky. I don't think I can do it. Oh, yes. Yes, please. Thank you. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Oh, God. What do you think? What? You don't know. You don't know what his ways are. I don't know what God's thinking. It's just terrible, terrible. There's no rhyme, there's no reason. And they only hear it when they call it. No. You don't wish that. Caleb, you'll never be able to get into this. They'll never be able to get over it. And I'll never forgive myself for it. And I'll never be able to see it again. Right now it is very hard to even imagine. We don't know. We just don't know. Just take it as a second at a time. Ms. Tracey, you still have to answer a couple questions for me? Sure. Yeah. So, because I don't have to forget you. Yes, you don't have to. Tracey, you know about what time it was you picked up Uriel? Uriel Schock could probably tell you it must have been somewhere around 11:30 or 11:45. Okay. You picked her up from the shop. No, where's the shop at? It's the glass store. On Florida Avenue. They all were there. They owned it. Okay. And where'd you go to get lunch at? Beach. Okay. I was with Gail Knight, Judy Carroll, and Brenda Knight. And Uriel? You went to lunch? Yeah. After our prayer time? Gail tonight. And Brenda night at 8:30? Mm-hmm. Two different nights? Mm-hmm. Still the same? Yeah. Okay. They're in two are in her Sunday school class. And they just had prayer. What about you? These prayers are going to come in handy. And who was the third one? Brenda Knight, Gail Knight, and Judy Terrell. And we saw Bill Stallings and Brenda Roberts. He's got beside us. Do you know about what time he left these? Okay. Maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. Is it just you and Uriel in the car? Yeah. How many pictures in the car is right now? And about now, when you got back to the house, did you make any stops in between? No. And when you picked Uriel up from A1, you went straight to B? Yes. Okay. Gail Knight was with me when I picked her up. Gail met you at the end. And then I took her back home. No, she got a car with Judy and Brenda. And when I got out, I saw Lacey and I started talking to her, thinking about her. And I worked out there. Okay. And I played my piano. I practiced for a long time. I can't believe I didn't even think
So you went straight home and started talking to your dog?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your dog's name again? Macy? Whose idea was it for you to get Uriel for lunch?
Kayla asked me if I would because she was getting her hair done.
Got it.
And he said, Uriel was at the shop and he said he was busy.
And where was your husband at?
Home, at home, he was just working out in the yard.
Did he know that you got the baby?
Probably not.
So you hadn't told
I
him?
hadn't talked to him.
Okay.
I didn't know until the prayer time. I told her I could, when I left there, I would take her by and pick her up.
Okay, so you went from prayer to get her to go to lunch?
She was at Brenda Knight's house, yes.
Okay.
And we decided to get lunch, and that's the first time we've ever gotten lunch. If I had just gone to the shop and picked her up and brought her home, I wouldn't have known she was there.
Okay, and you said the prayer was at Brenda Knight's house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does she live?
She lives on Crossing.
On Crosby?
About the fourth or fifth house down on the right.
How long were you there?
Probably an hour and a half. We started at 10 and we didn't leave till at least 11:30.
And you said that you were in the red Lexus? Okay. And it was just you and Uriel on the way home in that vehicle? And when you went inside after getting home, what did you do?
I went and started watching the piano. I take lessons. I have one on Thursday, and I need to just put in time on it.
Okay.
I never gave it another thought.
Okay.
It was so quiet, I didn't even.
Now, what prompted you to go back outside?
I was thinking my other grandson was supposed to take it out for dinner.
Okay.
And I was impatient because they were about an hour behind. And I finally got in the car and went down to the barn because they had to eat the pig, 4-H pig. And all of a sudden, when I got out of the car, it came across my head that I had Uriel and what happened. Can't pick her up, couldn't remember what happened, and all of a sudden, I opened the back door. And so there.
So when you got home after eating lunch, where did you park your vehicle?
In the garage. No, I didn't either because the rovers were there. So I parked it under a tree.
At what part of the yard was that?
It was by the wooden fence in the front.
In the front yard?
In the southeast corner, yes. not true. But then I pulled it in the garage.
You would normally put it in the garage.
Yeah, but I knew that they was worried about Dale. I think I pulled it in the garage now that I think about it.
I think that would be your warning.
I think that's what I did.
Do you have any cameras at your house?
I don't know, we do have one in the garage, I don't know if he has it working.
And that's the only camera you have is the one in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to your husband when you got home?
He was out, I guess, on the lawnmower. Oh, God.
How was Uriel during lunch?
He was great.
Okay. How do you spell her name, honey?
U-R-I-E-L-L-E.
And you said her middle name is Jane.
Yes.
What's your last name?
Shock.
S-H-O-C-K?
S-C-H-O-C-K.
Do you know what her birthday is?
3/I-22.
Now, just so I understand correctly, Ms. Tracy, you said that you're ready to meet your other grandson for dinner. Okay.
That has been planned for several days.
Okay. Now, is this Caleb's son or
No, it's Rebecca.
Rebecca? And is Rebecca your daughter too?
Yes, I have 2 girls.
What's Rebecca's last name?
Tucker.
Tucker?
You want to just pause at that point? I didn't know if there was a good stopping point. It's been about.
Yeah, let's take a 15-minute break, okay? All right. All right, state or defense, anything we need to go over? Okay, go ahead, let's see.
Sidebar.
There's no jury here, you want,
Oh, I think that's what he does.
you want to go outside?
Yes.
All right, let's go outside.
Oh, you can tell you're still on the stand, you can't talk to anybody. All right.
Got it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Take a quick recess for himself. You guys need to set a break, now's the time. I wasn't sure they were coming in.
It's exhausting. I know. Not too bad so far. Been lucky. Mom, Dad is out there. Oh, thank you.
But I know eventually I'm gonna have to. I don't get it. My son does. Everything outside, go around the dirt. I still remember some of the battles.
He's from that area. That's why he came up and checking on me. Making sure I'm okay.
All right. All right, everyone have a seat. All right, everyone have a seat. Are we ready for the jury, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go get us a jury. What's the time on that one? 10, 19, 8, 19, 6, 19? Yeah.
Which time are you asking for, yeah?
The top, it's military time.
Oh,
8,
yes.
19, 6, 19.
It's 18, 19. 13.
Got it. Well, odds are still good. All right, let's all rise. I think the jury's about to come. What time we got the phone? And they left it, took it on, jury deliberation thing.
Are you ready, Freeman?
All right.
All right, everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, did anything happen in the interim where y'all discussed or did anything you weren't supposed to?
No, sir.
All right, I didn't think you did. I just gotta ask it. We're gonna get you out of here probably a little over an hour, okay? So we're gonna knock out this remainder of the testimony and then call it a day. State, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what's her son's name?
The oldest is Aiden, A-Y-D-E-N. And then there's a younger one, Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R.
Are you getting both of them?
No.
Which one?
Aiden.
Just Aiden? Okay. And so you said that they were behind an hour. What time are they supposed to?
I was hoping to leave around 3:30.
Okay.
Someone told 3:30 and 4, and it was after 4:30. And got in the car and said that I would be there when they were in the pit, and we could go.
Okay. Okay.
He was back behind the bars.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So they were coming out to your house to meet you? Okay.
Because they were there when the fountain, when the realized when it happened.
So they were there? Okay. And who all was there?
Then he come around and was talking to me. He stopped the mower, and I was sitting in the car before I realized that she was still in there. And Rebecca and Aiden had started feeding the pigs. And then there were roofer men putting the new roof on her house.
Okay. So Rebecca, Aiden, and your husband were all there?
And then Rebecca took Aiden home real quickly.
Okay. So about 4:30 is when you went out to your vehicle?
Yeah.
About how long after 4:30 did you realize that she was in the car?
I sat and talked today for probably 5 to 10 minutes with him sitting on the mower and me sitting in the car. And then I got out because Rebecca and Aiden had come up, and I was going to see if I could help them. And all of a sudden, I realized I just had that flash of what had happened a year ago. And then all of a sudden, I realized we opened the door.
Maybe like 15, 20 minutes?
10,
About
probably.
10? Okay. What was the first thing you did when you noticed?
I cried and I was praying. And they got her out. And I went around the other side of the bar where you found me. I was just praying. And I don't even think that I did call that 911. But by that time, when I went around and glanced around the bar, lights were already there.
Okay. So you went around the barn and you called 911?
I went around to the back side of the bar.
Okay.
I was scared.
I know. You're doing a really good job, so I appreciate it. How old is Aiden?
12.
And how old is Cooper?
10.
And does Kayla have any other children? Asher, how old is Asher?
She's 3. She's 3.
So your husband and who got Uriel out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything?
He panicked like I did. He started giving her CPR. And begging her to breathe.
you said EMS showed up pretty quickly.
I don't know who it was, I just saw lights.
Okay, so lights showed up pretty quickly if you had 911?
Yeah, the day actually, by the time I had contact with one, they were there, which makes me think Rebecca must have also called.
Have you talked to you? Rebecca called me. Okay. That's how I knew. I'm like the second mother. Okay. And I had just talked to her when it was her wedding anniversary. I had just
Oh, I
told her.
didn't even think about that.
Okay. I think she'll be able to pass. I gave her enough money and we split it.
Oh, what's the person?
Now, Miss Tracy, you told me that you normally only get Uriel about 1 day a week.
Usually once, maybe twice. And last week I had it 4 times because Kayla's not been well.
Okay. Now, is it always the same day or sporadic?
Often it's the first of the week, but it's sporadic.
Okay.
Often it's Monday or Tuesday. I can't believe I didn't remember it was.
It's okay. I would need it if I write it on my calendar. I'll look at it every day around what you need anything. They even put how old they are each time it's their birthday. They never remember how old they are. I'm sure you guys didn't know it's her birthday, and neither did, what's his name, Jonathan's other friend. Tanner. I should have been on the school and they didn't know either. Has it ever been difficult for you to keep the baby?
Oh, she's alive.
Okay. Can you think of anything else that might be important for you to know? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna step out for just a second. I'm gonna take your time away. And I will. Safe place, and I'll follow through. Is that what you need to do?
I wish I could help myself. I wish I could have. God, I deserve it.
You deserve it.
Oh.
One parent said they deserve it. And it's all the things you have. Never. Nothing was malicious. Nothing was premeditated. Nothing.
I just can't do this. I can't stop. I cannot do this. I can't look at them. I can't face them. I can't do this. I cannot do this. I have never not known what to do anymore. more than I don't know right now. You don't think I'm gonna know a year from now? We've done any factors in any of this. And trust. Okay, what we'll be able to do. I cannot do this. I don't run any script in my head where I can do this. I don't run any script in my head where we can be a family, where it can work out. Can't happen. Can't be. It just cannot be. I cannot say it. I can't even see myself going back to my house. I could get a hold of John Buell, would you want him to come give you something? Yeah, does he look me down mercifully like you do a dog? That would be the kindest thing to do. Yeah. Oh, God. Kayla. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I can't do anything. I'm completely what you use. Karma, Pepper. It's always in the middle. Come over to that table and just stay there. Just give me, oh God. I don't see any emotions. No, you don't. I don't see a way out. I want to be calm right now. I don't see a way. I'm not there yet. I've always run from things. I think it's just right. It's just not enough of a person to face it. I can't face her. I can't face it. Unfortunately, she's a lot like you. And I running. But what was she going to? Pressure. God. Oh. How in the world are they going to survive it? I want to leave. I want to go somewhere. I want to sleep for about the next 20 years. I can't believe this. It's not fair. You can't. I know you can't do it by yourself. I cannot do it for you. I told her, hey, if it wasn't for Rebecca and David, why do I keep hurting people like that? I don't do it. There's a difference in doing it and it happening. She just sat there and just suffered, and she just boiled to death. She just wanted to sleep. She was probably taking a nap, and she was at first. She just went to sleep. hurt. Still.
Tracey, I got one more question. Well, I got 3 more questions for you, okay? All right, so when you came out of the house and you were going to get the car to go around back, did you carry anything outside with you?
Not that I can think of. My purse was already in the car. I had my cell phone in my back pocket.
Did you take any kind of food, beverage?
Oh, I did. I had 2 teas.
Okay.
One for me and one for Aiden.
Okay, so one for you and one for your grandson.
Yep. My phone was in my pocket.
All right, and I know that there's a timeline and we want to hit good times. Did you talk to anyone on the phone during any of this time?
After I realized what was going on?
Before?
No. And I had texted Rebecca, and asked her if they were about to come, and then I called her and she didn't answer, and I texted Aiden and asked him, texted Aiden and asked him how far away they were. I was just getting impatient. I was ready for this to come on.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
It's Mom's birthday, 10/02/18. And then go to my. Rebecca and Aiden both.
Okay, I'm gonna take a couple of snapshots real quick, okay?
That's fine.
Okay. But that's, I just want to.
Now, who is that?
Today.
That's Jane.
I mean,
JD. JD.
Who's JD?
Jane Dorado. She texted me and asked me.
So we need Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden and Rebecca.
All right. Now, I see though that JD, Jane Dorando, she texted you.
She did.
And now,
And I read it, but I don't think I responded to her.
okay, and I see in the first text that said it in the morning. I understand, okay, so just for, I'm gonna fill in, didn't see it. All right, and then I'm just going to go into your call log, because you said you called, right?
I did call Rebecca. She didn't answer.
I see that, okay. I'm just gonna go there. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna get out of here shortly, okay? I'm not gonna take you home. I'm gonna take you from one safe place to the next, all right? So I want you just to give me a couple minutes to get something ready. And we'll get out of here, okay?
I had asked her if she needed to talk to her doctor for any reason. I don't know any kind of protocol, and he's up on everything until today. And her medication and all of that.
Okay.
It's John Gill.
John Hill, okay. Okay.
give you anything that John would approve of. She was awful. I'd do anything to make it better, including giving my own job. I don't want to be in communication with anybody. You can turn it off. Oh, God, she scared me, but. I can't do it by yourself. Okay, nobody can do it by themselves. Whatever you don't want to do and what you need. I need to help you. I wish it would hurt everybody else. Just the way it face, oh, face right in front of you. Live for that. Just live for that. To please destroy my family. She's there. Just destroy their heartbroken for you and for Kayla and for they would lay over you and cry, begging to be free. One of the first times I don't see it. Somehow felt like we could come through. But I don't see the way. It's something that you don't see around here. The rest of us keep reminding you. To go away and do hard times somewhere, just break rocks or hide, just work. But see, my heart deserves to be broken, but there's just so much. My hearts are broken. I know, but I don't think so. But that's because we get so It's happened, it has happened. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody was worried about it. Because it was very, and quick. What would do? Trust a person that died on that bus. That's all we have. This is enough. I feel like anything anybody wanted to do to me right now would be justified. And you know what I'm gonna do is pray. You're gonna have to pray for me, because I can't. And everyone's gonna pray you through it. So we all feel helpless, that's all we do. That's what we do, not all of us, we do.
anybody. I don't want so much pain for people. People that would want to treat you, you have no pain at all. People love you. Pray for you forever. I don't know what I'd do if you were in the jury. That made me do anything about it. If I'm not in the jury this time, yeah, hardest thing, first I think I have to do. Deputy said, I don't know that you want to see us. She's going to show you. I couldn't get it. And it's for deputy that told me to come. I was getting so panicky. They weren't going to take me away. And it came.
Lord. Because we trust you and we love you. And we don't have anybody else to care. You are our Savior, you are our Lord. And you give us our strength and our peace that passes all understanding at just the right time. I just pray that you'll be with these next days, Lord. These next seconds, Lord. And just help us. Help us know what to do and how to do it. Amen. Tracy. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get out of here. Okay, take those with you. This is more, okay? And I'm gonna send you all to her. You're in really good hands with her, okay? You have your glasses and your phone, so you don't have to worry about carrying anything. Your stuff. If you want, you can walk out with them, and I'll walk with you guys, and I'll let you back in, okay? Okay.
That concludes the state publishing, State Exhibit 55.
All right, it'll be admitted into evidence subject to my prior ruling.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, I think we all heard the conversation there. I do want to touch upon a few things that were in that conversation. I want to point your attention particularly to when you were talking about a timeline. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe you were looking through Tracey Nix's phone,
Correct.
and you took some photographs?
I did.
I'm showing you the pre-marked spaces, it was 46 through 54. Once again, well, not that you would know this, but would you look at these one at a time? They are labeled on the back, okay? Starting with 46, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize State Exhibit 46? Jan?
I do.
And what is State 46?
It's a screenshot of Kayla's contact within the defendant's phone.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed on her phone when you took that screenshot?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 46.
No, I don't object to state 46, and I don't object to the rest of it.
All right, admit. All right, admit without objection, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Is that new one? What other ones? 51, 52, 53, 54. All are admitted into evidence, published as you so deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. So what was 46 again?
It's the screenshot from the defendant's phone of Kayla Schock's contact, as well as showing a missed call at 11:08 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind, would you go to State's Exhibit 47? What does that show?
It shows, again, it's Kayla's contact in the defendant's phone showing an outgoing call lasting 2 minutes that occurred at 12:14 p.m.
Would you please go to State's Exhibit 48, please? What is that?
It's a contact within the defendant's phone, Brendan Knight. It's showing a missed call at 12:25 p.m.
State's Exhibit 49.
And this is a screenshot of the recent call log in the defendant's phone.
And it shows some of the calls that we talked about earlier.
From that day, correct. The missed call from Kayla, the answered call from Kayla, missed call from Brenda Knight, call from Rebecca, and then the 911 call.
And Rebecca has 3, I guess, next to it?
Yes.
Okay. What about State's Exhibit 50?
This would be a screenshot of the defendant's text message with her grandson Aiden.
And the time of that first message then?
It's 4:43 p.m. when she's asking if the pigs have been fed yet.
State's Exhibit 51?
This would be a screenshot of the defendant's phone and text messages between her and Rebecca.
And what's the bottom message there?
The very bottom message is the defendant saying she's ready to go. Is he about finished at 4:33 p.m.?
And when it says today, what day is that?
That would be on November 1st, 2022.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 52?
That is the text message thread between Jane Durando and the defendant.
And once again, why did you screenshot this one?
It was just within the time frame that she was active on her phone during that time frame of when the incident took place.
And so what's the last message that was at least that she received on this phone from that individual?
4:53 p.m.
State's Exhibit 53?
That would be the contact between the defendant's phone and Rebecca, showing the calls that she had that day with her.
Outgoing and incoming?
Correct.
And what was the last one now then?
She had an outgoing call for 43 seconds at 4:50 p.m.
And that would be on November 1st?
November 1st, 2022.
And finally, State's Exhibit 54?
This would be a screenshot of the call log of the defendant's phone calling 911 at 5:05 p.m.
So after finishing your interview with her, what was the next step that you did in this case, ma'am?
I briefly spoke with Kathy Walker privately.
And is that the individual that we saw on the video?
Correct.
After speaking with her, did you speak with anyone else?
I then reported to Beef O'Brady's.
Okay, what was the purpose of that?
I reported to Beef O'Brady's to see if I could obtain video footage of the events that had taken place earlier in the day with Tracey Nix. Beef O'Brady's.
And were you able to discover if there was a video?
I did discover a video.
And was that taken into evidence eventually at one point?
It was.
Following, speaking of the Beef O'Brady's, how long have you been with the Hardy Sheriff's Office again?
About 12 years.
Are you rather familiar with Wauchula?
I am.
How far is the Beef O'Brady's from the defendant's house?
Approximately between 3.5 and 4 miles, depending upon route.
Sure. Average amount of time?
In between 7 to 9 minutes.
So following obtaining or at least discovering the existence of that video at Beef O'Brady's, what was the next step in your investigation?
The next step was the next day. I went out the following morning and spoke with Mr. Nix.
Mr. Nix, is that, how do you pronounce that? Is it Noon Nix?
Noon Nix.
And so, so you went out and spoke with him?
I did.
And did he speak with you?
He did.
And what, I guess you might have spoken to some other people also. Who else did you speak with in this matter concerning the investigation?
I then reported to the victim's residence and spoke with her father, Uriel Schock.
And he spoke with you?
He did.
And so you've spoken with several people at this point. What was your next investigative step in this case?
I then reported to the medical examiner's office to speak with the ME.
And what was the purpose of that?
To collect evidence and for her to brief me on
her investigation.
And did she do that?
She did.
And when you got there, did you collect evidence?
I did.
In particular, what items did you collect?
I collected photos of the victim, footprints, x-rays, the onesie that she had on, multicolored blankets, multicolored teddy bear, and other biological evidence.
Okay. I want to focus on the onesie and the blanket. Okay?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 61 and 62.
Okay.
Would you please take a second to look at these? And we'll talk about 61 first. Okay?
Okay.
You good to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
What is 61?
It is the multicolored maroon floral onesie that the victim was wearing.
And how do you recognize that?
Whenever I picked it up for the medical examiner's office and photographed it.
And on the packaging also, do you have some demarcation on that?
I do. It shows that I was the seizing agent of this from the medical examiner's office.
And does that appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected?
It is.
The statement contained in evidence State's Exhibit 61.
Okay. All right, admit without objection, publish as you see fit. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And if you would, turning to State's Exhibit 62, what is that item?
It's going to be a multicolored crochet blanket.
And how do you recognize that item?
I did seize this item also from the medical examiner's office, and I did collect it and seize it according to the label.
And does that appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
It is.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 62.
Okay. Okay. Admit without objection, state publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and initial.
I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and initial.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as we've talked about the interviews with the Ms. Tracey Nix and some other various individuals, and we talked about your evidence collection, was there any further steps, investigative steps you took in this case? Other than we've already talked about?
Not that I recall, no.
At this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and finish, if you have already crossed, you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This first question's for your benefit. We're no kin, are we?
No, sir.
Okay. Did your investigation reveal that Uriel passed away shortly after being left in the car?
Correct.
And in your interview with Tracey Nix, did she indicate that she had had the child, Uriel, 4 days the week before?
She did.
And when you spoke with her that day, November 1st, could she remember where she parked the car?
She could not.
She couldn't say if it was in the garage or if it was under a tree, am I correct?
Correct. She went back and forth.
Okay. I think it was later determined it was under the tree.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did she tell you that she didn't expect to have Uriel that day?
She did.
It was kind of like a last minute thing.
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, we've seen the video. She was pretty upset and crying when she was talking to me, probably the whole time.
Correct.
Okay. Was she cooperative?
She was.
She answered all your questions?
She did.
Any reason to believe that she told you anything other than the truth?
No reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. And at the conclusion of the video, you indicate you were taking her somewhere.
I did.
Okay, and you did take her somewhere. Where did you take her?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When she was in the interview room, you did not tell her she was being recorded. Is that correct?
I do not recall.
Don't recall if you told her that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Please.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on a second. All right, Mr. Coleman, any of you there?
No, Your Honor.
All right, no redirect. May she be excused and released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you agree? You do agree, defense?
Yes.
All right. Detective Fletcher, have a nice day. You're released from your subpoena. Go about your business, whatever that may be.
Thank you so much.
Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to end the proceedings for the day. So we're going to give y'all, the ability to go home. Let me go over a few things with you. All right. As I indicated before the trial started, you as the jurors will decide the case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that after you leave here for the night, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the legal issues in this case, or the individuals or other entities involved in the case. This is important for the same reasons that jurors have long been instructed to limit their exposure to traditional forms of media and information such as television and newspapers. That's why you're not going to be going on to any social media or news or other sites about this matter. You must also not communicate with anyone in any way about this case, and you must ignore any information about the case that you might see while browsing the internet or your social media feeds. Do what you do in the evening, get some rest. We're going to start back in the morning. I had you here at 8:15. Does that work for y'all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me speak with the defense and the clerks real quick, and we're going to give you a set time. I'll let you know specifically what time. But with that being said, I'm going to adjourn for the day. I'm going to release the jury and I'll speak to the defense and be safe. All right.
All rise.
All rise.
Leave your notepads on the chairs. Step this way, please. You may be seated.
Okay. All right. State, what, I know you're gonna have the ME here at 8:30. And I'll talk to the clerks. Do we want to start at 8:30? Okay, I think we're gonna have a pretty good morning tomorrow, so we can start at 8:30. Does that work for the state?
It does, Your Honor. I know it'll work for Dr. Gold.
All right, does that work for defense?
Yes, sir. I'd like to get some time frames.
That's what we're gonna go over next.
Very good.
All right, so let's say we start at 8:30, and let's say an ME takes no more than 30 minutes. If I gave each side 45 minutes for a closing, let's just say 50 minutes for a closing. How long would the the defense need to present a case?
Thank you, Robert.
How long do you think? 'Cause I'm gonna do 50-minute closing, so if we do, say 30 minutes for the ME, that's 9, and then we've got an hour and 40 minutes left over for a closing. How much time does the defense need? Tell me how long.
Oh, I need to do the proffers.
We can do that during the jury, when the jury's out, we can do that.
That'd be good. That's fine.
Okay, so yes, and you don't have to give me a hard and fast, the judge, it would take no more than an hour, no more than 2 hours for the defense's case, no more than 6 hours.
But how long?
Yes, sir. I'm not holding you to it, I'm just trying to get y'all in the mindset we're on the same page.
And you're talking about doing the proffer after the jury goes out?
Once the jury goes out, we'll do proffers.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.